All right, good evening, everybody. I am Ryan here alongside Caleb below me. Indiana Weather Network breaking into coverage here at 7:23 p.m. Eastern, 6:23 p.m. Central Time. We have a tornado on the ground in Dwight, Illinois. Check that out via our courtesy storm hunter, Cody Fields. Again, this is across the border in Dwight, Illinois, which is just west of Kankakee. If you guys are familiar with that, this is going to be the northwest corner area of Indiana. This is again, tornado that is on the ground. This is in Dwight, Illinois. On the current track, it's going to move toward Kankakee and eventually up in toward Lake County, like we're talking Schneider, Hebron, Lowell, Merrill, Hobart area, and Valparaiso area. That is 100% a tornado. And that is a very large tornado as well. Again, this is going to be in Dwight, Illinois. Cody is going to be just south of this near Campus and Reddick area. If you know anybody who lives in this general region, this is very far northeast Illinois toward Kankakee. Again, that is a 100% tornado that is on the ground. That is a very large tornado that is on the ground here. This is going to be, again, in Illinois. This is not Indiana yet, but it's close to the state line. We're going to break into coverage here as this tornado is moving toward the Kankakee, Illinois area and eventually up in toward the Lake County area toward Roselawn, Maryville, Morocco area, just to the north and a little bit of Rensselaer. Current time in Central. Yeah, very strong, very large. This is 6:25 p.m. Central Time for those local to the Kankakee area. This is, again, storms heading up in our direction. I don't want to take it off the screen here just because this is a very important situation, very dangerous situation here for those just west of Kankakee. Looks like we may have just lost Cody's feed there for a brief second. We're going to try and get him back here. But again, we're going to see this move up in toward the Lake County area next probably 60 minutes or so. Aside from that, there's a different angle, looks like. While his stream is lagging in and out, I do want to hop in here and I will take over the radar here. Cody's in the top right of your screen. We'll come back to him in just a second. But your current radar here, the tornado warned storm is down here by Dwight and then over here toward West Kankakee. This is heading up toward Reddick, Union Hill, Essex, and Bonfield areas in the Illinois area. And here's the state line of Indiana. So we're approaching the area here. This storm is heading up toward Gary, Hammond, Valparaiso, and Maryville areas here in the next couple of minutes here. So that is the current radar. We are no severe or no tornado warnings in the state currently, but our storm hunters are tracking these as they move toward the state line here. Back to Cody's stream. Let's see if he's got it back and working. Give me a second to pull it up. There it is. And yeah, it's working. This is going to be, again, Dwight, Illinois. That is a tornado that is on the ground at this. So all I can really say right now, if you have friends or family, we're going to track this as if it's one of our hometowns here. Again, just west of Kankakee. This is going to be following very close to State Route 17. It's going to be at North 3300 East Road in the Reddick, Union Hill, Buckingham, and Essex areas. It's heading up toward Essex, Bonfield, and Union Hill areas. Those in Kankakee need to be in shelters. It's heading up toward Mantino, Piotone. Probably going to butcher that. I apologize. Just north of Kankakee, though. Toward the Beecher and Moments areas here eventually. Again, this is a tornado that is on the ground here. Can you move your camera slightly to the right, Cody? Can you move your camera to the right slightly? There you go. This is actually a pretty long track tornado as well. We've been on air for about 5 minutes. It's been on the ground the entire time here. Again, courtesy of our chaser, Cody Fields. Again, this is Illinois. This is coming up in toward northwest Indiana in the next hour or so. These cells are supercells, which mean they are capable of producing tornadoes just like this one on your screen currently, but also potential for very large hail. And then behind these supercells is a potential squall line that may bring more of a wind risk.
Big old power line.
this radar presentation here. I'm going to take back my radar very quickly because I don't want to take this off for too long. But the radar presentation of this is a very classic supercell look here. Again, Cody is going to be in the Dwight area just west of Kankakee. The tornado is going to be somewhere in the Reddick area here where this little hook is coming down on radar. Very, very evident supercell here. It's going to be moving up into the northeast. It's going to probably cross just north of Kankakee toward Beecher, eventually into Indiana, eventually toward Merrillville and Schneider. So hopefully it weekends. It's got a whole county to travel over yet, but it's heading up our way. So we're live here breaking in because we don't want to miss this and don't want to leave you guys unaware.
Yeah, we just got a new video in of this tornado, and it'll be posted on the page here momentarily. I'll be up here in the next 5 minutes or so of the stovepipe. Bear with me here.
Yep. So you got a page officer, Caleb. Good. I can keep going with this. So there's going to have to be probably a downstream warning here for Kankakee, Illinois. I also have to watch the other cells out ahead of this. I don't want to take it off the screen here too quickly and kind of, bounce around. I will go ahead and take this because I want to talk about these two areas here. Aside from the one that's on the ground currently, these cells heading closer to the Indiana border here. There's one down here by Watseka. That's also rotating. These are rotating storms here. This is rotation on radar. Very defined hooks here. Crescent City, Watseka. This is heading up toward Morocco, Rensselaer, and Roselawn areas. Also the ones up here by Manteno and Herscher also have rotation with them. So this is a miniature, perhaps, outbreak about to occur here in northeast Illinois, perhaps northwest Indiana. Obviously, we don't know if they're going to produce...
A lot of fields out here have broken power poles so far.
Copy. So we have to watch all these storms here for perhaps rotation potential and tornado potential as well here. So on this black solid line here from Hammond down to Danville, that's your state line of Indiana. These cells are right on the state line. We're about to have probably perhaps tornado warnings issued here for some of our counties very momentarily. But the main concern here continues to be on Cody Stream in the Reddick area just east of Dwight, Illinois, and west of Kankakee. This is going to be, again, Illinois area. The rotation on this doesn't appear to be that tight on radar, but obviously we're looking at ground truth on Cody Stream of that tornado. It looked to be thinner in nature over the past couple of minutes he was on. Yeah, there it is. So it's basically a thin rope now. They're just center left above the Cody Fields nameplate, above the F, really. It's a very thin rope, it appears.
Still has a visible funnel on it, but it doesn't appear.
Copy. We still got you.
Copy.
So it looks like it's lifted for now, which is good news. But we'll have to track it as these storms are cyclical, we call them. They like to cycle, and they can go through phases. So sometimes they'll have a strengthening phase, and other times you're going to have a weakening phase. And right now it's going through like a weakening phase. Give it 5-10 minutes or so, perhaps a bit longer. Ooh, we got damage on the right side of the screen there. That's not good. Oh, no. That is not good. We have damage in Dwight. We're going to take it off full screen here. Just want to make sure those guys are okay. If we respect the privacy of these guys. We'll take it off full screen. We'll leave them up in the top right there, but I don't want to display anything we don't want to see just in case there. But again, that is a damage to a house there in Dwight, Illinois from this tornado. This is heading up again in toward Lake County here in the next hour or so. We have cells that are converging on the state line here. Again, we have a cell up here by Manteno. We're going to turn this on dual mode here so we can track the radar and the rotation simultaneously. So we're going to pop this open. It might be confusing for you guys, but it helps me and Caleb here track these storms a lot more efficiently and quickly. So you have to stay on one screen instead of flipping through a bunch of different screens. So this storm is rotating here near Manteno. The rotation is somewhat strong in nature, although I wouldn't say it's imminent in terms of a tornado producer. I'll have to watch it carefully. If that gets warned, it could go as far north or could go as far east as Lake County along US 41. To the south here, we have two rotational couplets here, one north of Crescent City, Illinois, and one to the west of Ashcombe, Illinois. So two cells there rotating very definitively on radar as well. The one that Cody is on is near Essex, Illinois. and Bonfield area. This is heading up toward Kankakee and Manteno areas. So we have 4 cells at very least here. We also have to go north here toward Joliet. There has rotation up here on these cells you have to watch as well. So we have a lot going on here, guys. So this is going to be, again, northeast corner of Illinois, about to be the northwest corner of Indiana here in a few minutes. Again, Cody is up in the top right of your screen. He is currently checking on residents who have been impacted by this tornado. We had his stream up for the first 10 minutes of the stream with a large tornado that was on the ground near Dwight, Illinois. And that same storm continues to track toward Bonfield and Essex areas. The tornado lifted, but with this cell, it has a history of producing several tornadoes. So it likely will put down another one here, probably close to the Kankakee area if I had to guess based on this timing and cycles of this. I don't see any debris balls on radar here. Looking at the debris tracker, which is good news. But we obviously have several supercell thunderstorms here that are concerning. Now, backing out of here, I want to turn your attention to the south and east here toward Bloomington, Illinois. This is a squall line that is currently warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds across central Illinois. This is also racing our way, so we have kind of a dual threat here. I would anticipate a severe or perhaps a tornado watch incoming here at any time from the SPC. There's nothing really in effect besides our top northwest counties in Indiana. There's a tornado watch in effect. Otherwise, I would expect there to be additional watches to be issued here, again, anytime from the SPC. We are getting close to needing those for the western half of Indiana. I'm going to check the behind the scenes here. We are expecting a watch to be issued at any point, and that's also behind-the-scenes sources say the exact same thing. So we should see a potential watch expansion here in the moments to come. I am Ryan here. Below me. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Caleb.
I do want to cut in real quick. If you are in Newton County near the Morocco area, watch a cell just to your south and west near Watsakit, Illinois, just south of US 52 in Illinois. That rotation is starting to increase a little bit near the Martinton area. Still about a half county away from the Indiana state line. It is moving northeast, east-northeast, so we have a little bit of time left. But there's the other one to watch would be near Manteno, Illinois, just north of Kankakee. So a lot of these semi-discrete cells are tapping into the wind shear available here today. So we may have a localized tornado threat here in northwest Indiana near term.
We'll move the quickest I have ever seen anybody move, and they shut the gas off and everything already.
Good to hear, Cody.
Check your messenger, Caleb. So we're going to be tracking these storms all evening long here. We're not going to hop off the air until we are confident the threat is going to be subsided to a point where it's no longer concerning. We have several areas of rotation here, Caleb, not just Watsika. We have the Clifton Ashcombe area. We also have the one up here by Manteno. We also have the one that Cody's on down by Essex. So we have 4 areas currently we're watching, and also potentially more up here in the Joliet area. So again, while there's no immediate warnings in the state of Indiana, these are very close to the state line. Current time is 7:36 p.m. Eastern, 6:36 p.m. Central Time. There's a cell that's popped up just north of Lafayette here. The environment is largely the same across northwest Indiana here. So even these pop-up cells here in our state should be watched very carefully for rotation with these cells. So we have to watch all of them very carefully. Also, some pop-ups over here by Bluffton we want to keep an eye on as well. But otherwise, I think the risk right now is centered across northwest Indiana over the next couple of hours. For those of you down further south here toward Terre Haute, Lafayette, Danville, Crawfordville area, this line from Illinois is cranking winds up to 70 miles per hour here. We are going to be moving pretty much due east here rapidly. This is heading up toward Lafayette, probably next. Let's do a track on it. We have a little bit of time here before we have to worry about more, perhaps a warning coming in. This is going to be moving to the east. The warning box says moving east at 50. So what I'll do, I'm going to turn on a tracker tool here on my radar software. We're going to track this to the east at about 50 miles per hour. We're going to be moving this at 50 miles per hour. We're going to move this probably about 90 minutes to 2 hours on this storm tracker here. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. That's heading due east, perhaps a little bit of a eastward, southward dive with it. So Terre Haute, Lafayette area. That was going to be your concern here in the next 90 minutes. Probably put it close to maybe 9:30 or so, just after 9 o'clock. Be Eastern time there, so 8:30 Central. We'll take the track off. We'll go back north here. I think the immediate concern is going to be these cells up here still. Cody is back chasing, it looks like. He informed us that there is nobody there at the house he could find, and everything has been shut off already. The gas has been shut off, all that good stuff. So good news for the most part there. Although never want to see damage to houses, but that's the best possible outcome when you do see damage. We obviously don't want to see injuries and et cetera, et cetera. So this is, again, it looks like he's coming up on more damage here, it appears. This is going to be still in the Dwight area, Illinois. And this cell is still warned on the tornado side here, and it likely will need a downstream warning, I have to imagine. Looks like there is a power pole perhaps across the road.
Down over here. I think we're being redirected. Turn around.
Yeah, he's going to be out of position now, unfortunately. They're going to have to redirect themselves because there's damage in the road up there. That's not uncommon in these tornadoes. New mesoscale discussion coming in, Caleb, for the entirety of north and central Indiana and southwest Michigan. Watch probability is 95%, so a watch will likely be incoming here. The hazards on this incoming watch: tornadoes between EF2 and EF3 intensity, hail up to golf ball size, and winds up to 90 miles per hour are the hazards with this incoming watch here. So we have a likely tornado watch incoming shortly for north and central, all of north central Indiana.
Yep.
The mesoscale discussion is basically Indianapolis and points northward. I'll post that, Caleb. I got it on IWN at least.
Okay. That sounds good. Yeah, primarily north of I-70 is kind of where that mesoscale discussion is. Basically, it's an area outlined by the Storm Prediction Center. They're watching this area. They expect the severe weather threat to continue, and thus they're going to issue more than likely a tornado watch for points north of I-70. I-70 north, it may go a little bit south, but it's to accompany the line moving out of Illinois near Peoria and Springfield, but also those isolated cells out ahead of that line. If any cells remain semi-discrete out ahead of it, they will have the hazards for hail. The hail threat will be greatest with those isolated cells, a little bit smaller once you get into a line, but within that line, the damaging wind risk will go up substantially, wind gusts of 60 to 70 plus miles per hour, and then the risk for spin-up tornadoes within that main line as well if it holds together. So multiple hazards here tonight, and we'll be with you here live to keep you ahead of the storm. Mhm.
Right, this is Corey, Los Angeles 1-5.
Thank you, Corey. Sorry about that, guys. I forgot to mute myself. So I was talking about the risk up here. I'll start back over here. We're watching the camera up here in the town of Dyer. Dyer is up here in the Lake County area. And this cell should go just south of the camera in the town of Dyer. But we are going to be tracking that. We also have the Kankakee cell. And obviously the cell's down here by Watseka. New warning was coming in, though, by Pontiac, Illinois, for the north half of that line. And as I back this out and I animate it, we're going to see that the movement on this is pretty much due east here. So if you're in west central Indiana, as mentioned previously, about 90 minutes or so to get prepared as this line progresses. So if you're in anywhere from Lafayette to Fowler to Attica down to Clinton, Terre Haute, Greencastle, Crawfordville, any place in or between those cities, your risk for wind and perhaps embedded tornadoes is incoming. We do expect a tornado watch to be issued shortly from the SPC. Once it is issued, you'll see it pop up on our warning bar at the bottom. You'll see that pop in. It'll tell you a watch has been issued. And then once it's issued, we'll have the details forthcoming after that. So strap in, guys. It's going to be probably a long evening here. We'll be live throughout it. Current time is 7:43 Eastern. I am Ryan, joined alongside Caleb. This is probably the first of many warnings coming in for the state. And the first will likely be issued shortly here for one of these counties up here in northwest Indiana. Also keeping a close eye down here by Lafayette and that pop-up cell that continues to press north and east toward Monticello. Any one of these cells could have rotation potential with them, but right now I don't see anything that is imminent. I do think the biggest concern could be by Marenton, just west of Morocco, and also the cell near Clifton. The brighter greens here next to the darker greens is a bit of rotation with it. Also want to keep a close eye on the cell up here by Kankakee. This is heading up toward Beecher. In fact, that has some rotation. It appears to be potentially increasing here near the Beecher, Illinois area. I want to pause the radar here and take a look at this a bit better. It's very broad. It's there, but it's not like definitive. So we'll keep a track on that. We'll have to watch very closely as this moves up toward Beecher. They'll head towards Cedar Lake, Crown Point, and Maryville. Perhaps towards St. John as well. It may go as far north as Dyer, but I think it'll probably just stay just to the south. We'll have to track it. New tornado warning now incoming for the Kankakee-Manteno area for the cell behind it in Bonfield. Again, this is a cell. Cody, your stream is vertical, just FYI. This is going to be for Cody's cell that he was on chasing. I don't see any imminent signs of tornado on the ground with that. The debris tracker, should I say, is inconclusive, but we will have to watch this closely. The cells are now entering Indiana here, so our threat is about to ramp up here, we assume, across northwest Indiana. Caleb, are you there?
Yeah, I am right here, right beside you.
Do you have the Rensselaer cam up by chance, or is it still down?
Let me check.
We have a camera in Rensselaer that faces due west. It's been on and offline all day, so we're going to try and see if that... Yes, you're good to go.
Yeah, you're good to go.
We're going to get the weather cameras pulled up here. Give me a few seconds here. It should load in.
So the good news is current time. There are no warnings to discuss. We expect that to change shortly, though. I'm actually a little bit keying in on the Lafayette cell here, just north of Lafayette. It appears that it's trying to grow a bit of a hook on it. Rotation, it's kind of between all three of our closest radars, so we can't really get a good, clean, low-level scan on this. But I'd be a little bit more concerned to watch that as it moves up in toward Winnemac and Rochester areas in the next 30 to 60 minutes. Copy. While we wait, we'll go ahead and pull in Cody's stream once again. We can watch him. I think we can chill out for a brief second here because nothing immediately looks concerning for rotation, at least. But these storms are moving into Indiana as we speak. So right now we're just awaiting the watch to come in from the SPC. we can watch some live storm chasing here on Cody's stream. If you guys have any questions, feel free to pop them in chat. We have over 1,000 of you guys watching currently, so we're not gonna get to all of them, obviously. But overall, I'll go ahead and talk very briefly about what's expected tonight. So first and foremost, we have these cells up in the Chicago, Northwest Indiana area. These cells are going to have a tornado and hail producing feature to them. Wrong button. This is the button I want. These cells right here, moving to the northeast here, these have a higher potential for a tornado today, as well as some hail. I think the wind risk is quite low with these. Not going to rule it out completely, but the risk with these cells is more of a tornado risk and a hail risk. Now, if I go back further to the south and to the south,
Cody's screen is still full, by the way, Ryan.
Yeah, no. Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were showing radar.
There we go. My bad, guys. My bad.
There's a visual for you.
So good thing that I didn't remove the text there. So these are the cells I was talking about here. Next 1 to 2 hours, as they progress through Northwest Indiana, I think the risk today for tornadoes is highest with these, and also the risk for hail. The wind risk, I think, with these individual cells is on the lower end. If they get a line that kind of forms like this one right here is trying to do, I think wind could be a bit more of a concern. As it stands, though, I think tornadoes and hail is your two primary concerns there with those cells. Now back here, back in the Bloomington, Illinois area, this is moving to the east toward Lafayette. This is your wind risk. That's going to be your wind and perhaps embedded tornadoes within that line. So those are the two things we're watching. Outside of those two areas across the state, there's currently not much going on. So stick with us. Stick with us here. We'll have updates and warnings coming in as we get them. Anything you want to add to that, Caleb?
I don't think so. I think you said it pretty well. If you guys have any other questions within reason, I will say this, though, before we get into the night. A lot of questions about specific areas. Now, we will mention or highlight areas of concern, but questions such as, what about Richmond? What about Bloomington? If we're not talking about those areas, probably okay for right now. So we want to just try to limit those types of questions if we can. I just wanted to touch on that briefly. And before we get started, I do want to give a shout out to our sponsor for our severe weather coverage here today, Rooker's Outdoor Services in Indianapolis. If you have any trees that may become problematic before the next storm hits, give them a call. Trees can be a liability to buildings, houses, vehicles outside. And if you want to get those taken care of before the next storm hits, give them a call, 317-665-3969. Thank you for Rooker's Outdoor Services for making our severe weather coverage possible here today for our fellow Hoosiers here in Indiana.
Also, do want to chime in pretty quickly here, Caleb. You can continue in a second, but I want to say, if you know anybody in Indiana tonight in the risk area who needs coverage, we'll be live all throughout the evening here. So you feel free to share the stream. We're also simultaneously streaming to YouTube, Facebook, and also X, so you can watch on your platform of choice. So feel free to chime in. You can watch on all platforms or choose the best one that you like for yourself. We personally recommend YouTube, because YouTube, you can put the stream in the top right corner, pull up on your TV, do a lot of things with it. That's our preference. You guys can watch on, but really,
Streamcast is nice.
Yes, it is. So it's whatever
Yeah.
you guys want to do, but just so you guys know, we are multi-streaming today, and every time we stream, we multi-streamed to YouTube and X as well.
Yep. But if you guys have any other questions, let us know. Now's a great time to answer those questions before we get too busy here this evening. We do expect a downstream tornado watch to be issued here fairly soon by the Storm Prediction Center. Watch probability is 95%, I think is what the mesoscale discussion said. So we do expect the risk for severe weather to increase over the next couple of hours or so. Right now we are watching trends to see how well the storm complex holds together coming out of Bloomington, and we'll be moving into Champaign, Illinois. Still about 4 counties away from Indiana for the line moving through. They have severe thunderstorm warnings issued about 1.5 counties to 2 counties out ahead of this line, so they're issuing well downstream, primarily for a damaging wind risk,
That is
60 to 70 miles per hour. And I do want to draw your attention, Ryan. Look at the
ground.
Martinton cell. Yeah, I'm hearing audio behind the scenes. Is that
Yeah,
you or somebody else?
I was recording the first 10 minutes of the stream there, so I was going back to watch it.
Oh, okay. So it was you, but it wasn't you.
It was me, but yeah, yeah, I gotcha. So Caleb's talking about this cell here, just west of Morocco. We have some rotation increasing on that cell near Beaverville. This is heading up toward, if you animate this, just north of Morocco here in about probably 20 minutes. It's going to cross US 41 north of Morocco here, probably south of Schneider. They'll have to watch that carefully. Also, rotation increasing in 2 areas, actually. Down here, I got a wall cloud report, actually, as of... That was actually an early report, so disregard that. Just to the west of Kankakee. A lot of questions in the chat here asking what a squall line is. A squall line is a line of storms that likes to produce a lot of wind. So we have these cells currently in Indiana, northwest Indiana. They're individual by themselves. We call these supercells. This is called a supercell. A line is this. This is a squall line right here. It's a line of storms, not by themselves. It's a congealed mess, so to speak. So when you say squall line, it typically means a line with a lot of wind, and sometimes it can be embedded tornadoes on it as well. I think it's important to note as well on that mesoscale discussion, Caleb, it's a pretty high-end potential watch they may issue here. So on these outlooks,
Yeah.
they give us guidance to tell us what's expected in terms of hazards. So on this potential watch incoming, they're highlighting 3 things, all hazards. The wind, 75 to 90 miles per hour is the range on the wind they expect. Hail, quarter size to golf ball size. But the thing that catches my eye here is the tornado. They say 120 miles per hour to as high as 145 miles per hour. That's EF2 to EF3 tornadoes they are highlighting potential for within this watch. So I think we need to take it very seriously tonight. In fact, I know we should. So if you are in the watch, it's going to come out here shortly. Please take it seriously if you're going underneath a warning. Now remember, watch means stay prepared. A warning means take action. So if you go underneath a warning, that's your time to head to your safe place. Make sure your safe places are ready tonight, and make sure you have ways to receive warnings. We'll have every single warning tonight posted, or not posted, but coming in on the warning bar below. Every time a new warning is issued, that bar is going to pop up, play a sound for you, and it's going to tell you where it's at. We'll talk about it too as it comes in.
Yeah, always good to be prepared, plan for the worst, hope for the best. Hopefully we don't see the threat maximized to its fullest potential. That's always the best case scenario. But the potential is there. The ceiling is there, and the Storm Prediction Center is highlighting that risk in their recent mesoscale discussion. The atmosphere was able to rapidly recover today across northern Illinois and western Indiana. Now, lesser confidence does exist farther east you go towards the Indiana-Ohio line. I think it is fair to say, Ryan, I do expect a gradual weakening trend to some extent once we get into eastern Indiana, closer to Ohio. But what that may look like and where that may look like is yet to be determined, and that won't be determined until later on this evening here. But the greatest risk primarily north of I-70, but we could still see a strongest severe thunderstorm south of I-70, south of Indianapolis.
A new tornado
And-
warning has been issued.
And my guess is that is for
Newton County.
that's for Newton County, so that is the Morocco cell. I'll get the warning graphic, Ryan.
Okay,
That was
I'll
the
take
one
it
we were
over
just
from
talking
here.
about.
So you'll see a red box on my screen here in a matter of a few seconds. A tornado warning on effect here for Newton County, Indiana. Wait for it to pop in. We'll go over it here together. There it is. All right, there's your rotation increasing there just to the west of Beaverville. So let's back out of here. The rotation center is going to be over east 3100 north and roughly east 3300 North Road. Backing out here, the text of this warning is radar indicated. It says it is located near Marenton, 12 miles west of Morocco, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Places impacted include Hopkins Park and Lake Village around 7:05 and 7:25 Central Time. So we are now in severe ops here at IWN. Welcome in, guys. This is going to be the first of probably many warnings tonight. This is heading up just to the north of Morocco, just north of Rensselaer as well. The hook on radar is going to be near Papineau. I'm probably going to butcher that. I don't mean to. Bear with me, though. But that is very intense rotation here. This is going to be... pop up my inspector tool there, get that ready. We're seeing 62 mile per hour inbound winds and about 10 to 16 mile per hour outbound winds. That means your gate-to-gate rotation is roughly 70 or so miles per hour, equivalent to an EF1 tornado, or an EF0, should I say, tornado, if there was one on the ground. Checking out the debris tracker on this. Let's go ahead and get this out. I don't see a debris ball yet, but we're about to go into 4-panel mode here. So I apologize on the radar side of things. This may get confusing for some of you guys to follow along with, but trust us when we tell you, this helps us immensely when we are tracking these severe storms. So please bear with us here. So I'll explain each product here you're looking at in just a second. There we go. So obviously in the
Hey,
top...
Ryan, the warning graphics are not generating on my end.
Okay, I got it. So in the top left of your screen is your classic radar. We see that every time in our radar apps. We see it. It's reds, it's greens, it's yellows. On the top right, it's strictly greens and reds and different variations of greens and reds. That's your rotation or your wind velocity. The green colors are moving toward the radar. The red colors moving away from the radar. When they come together like this, oftentimes it means rotation. Bottom of your screen, bottom right to be exact, is your correlation coefficient radar. That is what we call debris tracker. If we see a on-the-ground tornado or stuff like that being lofted, it's going to show up on that radar. Now, the other thing to keep an eye on here is going to be the bottom left. That is what we call ZDR. We can see updraft. We can see different things to see how well defined the updraft is of a storm. All 4 of these products help us immensely track potential tornadoes. The main 2 important things you're going to watch is on the right side of your screen: velocity and your debris tracker. Going north here, we want to track the one up here by Beecher. Let's check out Beecher as well. Okay, this could use a warning as well at any point. That's getting kind of tight there as well. This is going to be near Eagle Lake, just north of Beecher, Illinois. It's going to cross into Lake County here shortly.
Yep, if you want to take my radar full, Ryan, I can talk while you get that graphic.
I already got it. It's up. It's already up.
Well, look at you go.
We're on it tonight, guys. We are completely on it. But I'm concerned for this one up here as well near Beecher. This would be warned perhaps into Crown Point, Maryville, and Griffith areas if that continues. The rotation is not strong, but it's there enough, it's together enough that I'd be concerned for a potential tornado here that could form at any minute. We'll watch that cell. Cody, top right, doesn't appear to have a good view just yet, but he's still chasing out there. Caleb, please keep an eye behind the scenes as well for anybody who's saying they're chasing, so I can pull their feeds in as needed. The tornado warning in effect here continues for the Morocco area up to the Lake Village area along US 41 in Newton County. The center of rotation just north of Beaverville, Illinois. It's going to be over the roads of east 3300 north and north 2500 east. I will say this as a little bit of a funny note. I really hate the number scale system on the roads. I know it's easy for you guys to really kind of mile it out, but when we broadcast these, it slips me up a whole lot. Let's name it Main Street. Let's name it First Street. Let's not name it 2200 North, East, whatever. Like, it's so confusing. But we'll call it out here as we see it. Again, this is going to be over the 2500 East Road and roughly close to 3300 North, East 3300 North.
I promise I'll teach Ryan how meridians work after the live stream. And we'll get him.
It's just confusing. You know, and when we're not live streaming severe coverage like this, I get it. I understand it. But when you have to call it out consistently like this, it just throws you for a loop. All right, let's go ahead and back out for a brief second here. Take radar full. This is your current radar across Indiana. Across the state here, you're going to notice majority of us are dry. Fort Wayne, Indianapolis, all the way down to Evansville, Louisville area, we're dry. So if you're watching this from these areas that are completely dry down here, you guys have no concern until later on tonight. So if you're going to ask about your location, it's kind of useless at this point because nothing's happening. We're not going to talk about you. Up here in Fort Wayne, something applies to you. The only concern we have is currently the northwest corner of the state where these cells are currently moving into the area. We'll have to track these very closely. And obviously the squall line, the line of storms across Illinois, pushing closer and closer to western Indiana. Also a concern here for Lafayette area, Fowler, Attica, down to Terre Haute, Clinton, Perrysville area, as well as the Crawfordville area here in the next hour or so. The concern that we have is heightened on these cells up here in Northwest Indiana to be exact, because there is significant rotation on several of these storms.
The good news is...
Go ahead.
Sorry.
You stopped talking, so I was going to cut in. Currently, the good news is, though, I do not see any indications on our debris tracker here behind the scenes that there's anything on the ground at this point in time. Rotation has tightened up, though, in the last scan. I'll give you a road network of where this area of rotation is. St. Anne, Illinois, about 2.5 miles southeast, south of 7,000 South, just south of Hopkins Park. It is about a mile and a half from the Indiana state line, about a mile and a half to 2 miles, and it'll be coming near State Road 14 and US 41, just north of Morocco, northwest of Morocco by about 2.5, 3 miles is where the current area of rotation seems to be tracking. Currently, its forward motion is moving east-northeast at 30 miles per hour, so not a super fast-moving storm, but it is working its way into central Newton County, north-central Newton County, northwest of Morocco, and the rotation has tightened up a decent amount. Currently just north of Beaverville, Illinois, just south of St. Anne.
I want to bring
This will
in
be coming near State Road 14 and US 41, near that interchange in Newton County here in a few minutes. And there's a live look in our Dyer, Indiana weather cam, and we'll let Ryan take over from there.
Yeah, I was going to point out we had some gustier winds just move through the Dyer area here, courtesy on our camera here, sponsored by the town of Dyer. This camera's come in handy the past couple of days. But back to radar here, there's a little bit of a pocket that we've seen that just went over the town of Dyer here of roughly, it says right around 30 mile per hour winds. I think the winds there are closer to 40 based on the estimate I saw on the camera there. But likely some gusty winds heading up toward the Griffith area there as well. So just a brief gust of wind for you guys. Rotation continues down here in the Morocco area. So that's what our current focus is going to be on short term. I still don't see a debris ball, which is good news.
But do take this seriously, though. The rotation is tight enough to certainly support tornado development into north or northwest Newton County. The rotation is there. Interior room, away from windows, if you're in the path or within this tornado warning. Lowest level of your home. Put as many layers between you and the outside as possible. Basements are preferred, but many of us do not have basements. Stairwells, bathrooms, all great options as long as they're not on an exterior wall or have exterior windows. Don't shelter upstairs. Get to the lowest level of your home and put as many layers between you and the outside as possible to protect yourself from any flying debris that may occur within the storm. And that also goes for severe thunderstorm warnings as well. If we see significant straight line winds tonight in western Indiana or anywhere in Indiana, straight line winds can be just as dangerous and just as powerful as a tornado and can still cause flying debris. So with that being said, whether you're in a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, always shelter in the lowest level of your home, away from windows in a sturdy structure. And now's a good time in the entirety of Indiana to go over your severe weather safe plans. Know where that spot is of safety, whether it's a basement, a closet, a bathroom, wherever it is you need to go. Now's a great time to know where that spot is in case a warning is issued at your location. Now is the prepare stage. Unless you were in Newton County, now it is the action stage. But if you are in Indiana, now's a great time to go over those plans and to know where that place of safety is.
I'm growing concerned, Caleb, how the Mantino cell is looking on its presentation on radar. It's got that look that I do not like to see prior to perhaps something happening. Also,
maybe cycling a little bit.
Also up by Eagle Lake there as well. That rotation has my eye on that storm too.
That would be northwest Lake County. Rotation is increasing just southeast of Chicago Heights. That'll be moving near the Sherrville area if that were to increase. No statement or warning on it right now. The rotation is a little bit broad for a warning, but if it continues to increase, wouldn't be surprised to see one. Rotation has gotten very, very distinct northwest of Morocco, still in Illinois, just south of Hopkins Park, moving along 7,000 South. And this is also pulling north a little bit as well. It's actually moving well to the north and east.
A new
And there's
tornado
our new
watch
tornado
has been
watch.
issued.
Yep. This is going to be, so they left out a few areas here, but they're going to include Vermilion County north up to about the Fort Wayne area. I think it includes your neck of the woods there, Caleb. Just yeah, it does include your neck of the woods.
Yes, it
It
does.
runs from you down to Vermilion County in west central Indiana up to Michigan. I'll get the graphic too, unless you want to try.
I could try, but you probably should do it just in case.
Okay, I gotcha.
Having some software issues here behind the scenes. There's also a Verizon outage. If you're watching from the Wells County area, you know all about it. Could be part of the problem today.
Watches up.
Hopefully they get that fixed. Good deal. Currently, no debris signature near Hopkins Park. Good news. Rotation is increasing. They did trim the warning back a little bit. Morocco is no longer included in the tornado warning. They have trimmed that north to areas north of State Road 14. Does include US 41. And the area of rotation, once it crosses state line, it's going to come very close to West 400 North and 300 North and State Line Road. That 1 mile stretch there is going to come pretty close to you guys in northwest Newton County. That is southwest of Roselawn and south of Schneider. Does not include southern Lake County, just Newton County at this point in time.
Looks like we have a surge of RFD happening in Manteno.
If you're in, I'm just going to go ahead and say it here. If you're in northwestern Lake County near Schererville, now's a great time to be in interior room away from windows. Rotation is increasing on the latest scan. No tornado warning on it yet, but it's starting to concern me. We may see a tornado warning very, very soon, so I'm going to go ahead and pull the trigger on that. Interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Rotation has increased to the point I would not be surprised to see a tornado warning get issued for northwest Lake County, Crown Point, Murrayville, and Schererville, US 231, US 30, as well as US 41. And actually, Ryan, check CC.
It's inconclusive.
You must have a newer scan. That's okay.
Ooh.
Inconclusive at this time, but the rotation is there, so.
It's also kind of in between these two cells, so it's kind of like clear air potential with it as well. It's kind of hard to tell. But regardless, rotation continues up into Lake County there. I still don't like how that Manteno cell looks. And the RFD on that's increasing as well still. So just east and north of Manteno, we've got some really good winds packing a punch there, and that could also try to wrap up on itself here soon.
Yeah, a pocket of strong winds coming into the Griffith area.
Yeah, that was
straight line winds. A nice downburst occurring there in the core of the storm.
That was what
small
hit
hail,
Dyer.
straight line winds.
Yeah, that hit Dyer,
Yeah.
so that did verify. I thought it was going to be increasing higher than radar.
That would be straight line winds there in Griffith.
Yes. So currently the tornado warning in Indiana includes the Newton County area. The rotation on this cell appears to be still there, but it's not as tight as it once was. We'll check our debris tracker just to make sure. And I don't see anything definitive there. But this is going to be crossing the state line here in about 2 minutes. And it'll be crossed on US 41 here between Schneider, Indiana and Morocco, Indiana. The watch was issued. Whoops, there's a new warning coming in for Illinois. That's a very long warning out ahead of that squall line heading our way here. That's a baseline warning with a possible tag on it for a tornado there to the state line of Indiana.
So high confidence there from the National Weather Service of straight line winds continuing that risk to the Indiana-Illinois state line. So giving plenty of warning tonight to make sure you are able to get into your safe place ahead of the squall line or storm complex. And MCS is actually what we call it, a mesoscale convective system, which is different because the cold front is actually well behind these storms. These are a storm complex out ahead of the main storm cold front and kind of have their own own thing going with them. So
Caleb, if you want to take
doesn't have to pulse too much.
you want to take your F11 on your screen, I'll put you on for a minute. It's all you for a second.
So Ryan's going to step out here for a second. We'll go ahead and cover radar here. Go north to south a little bit. This cell here in Lake County really has my eye. In fact, we're going to go ahead and turn on our debris tracker here just to look at that. If you're in Schererville, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. I don't see anything on our debris tracker, which is good. But the rotation has increased to the point where it is a little bit concerning near the Schererville area. Let's see. Let's go super res. There we go. So right in, I'll go ahead and draw it here for you, so you guys can see where the couplet is. Let me go back full screen here for you. And we'll take back our winds here associated with this, our area of rotation right in here. Just to the south and west of St. John, just southwest of Schererville, area of rotation has tightened up to the point I would be in your interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet, but we're at criteria for a tornado warning on this. We actually need a tornado warning on this. May see one coming here very soon. They may be typing it out right now. I don't know.
A
And
new
look at
tornado
the timing
warning
on
has been
that.
issued.
They were typing it out. They just didn't hit the enter key yet. So that's what I'm talking about. Shout out to the National Weather Service in Chicago, Illinois for that impeccable timing. It'll pop up on your screen here momentarily, and rotation is very, very tight. I am actually going to dual screen this. Let me turn my marker off here, and we are going to leave our debris tracker up. Oh, my marker's still on. I don't want to draw. There we go. I am going to turn our debris tracker on to make sure there is nothing on the ground at this point in time. And we may have a little bit of inconclusive data here. We'll have to keep tracking this here, but the rotation is tight enough for a tornado to form at any moment. It's going to be in St. John right about now. It's running along 93rd Avenue coming up the US 41 southwest of Schererville. And see what the forward motion is on this. It is moving northeast at 25 miles per hour, so a really slow mover here. Probably about 15 minutes away from Ross and Murrayville at its current speed. Currently moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. But very tight rotation here just to the east.
Caleb, that's on the ground. That's on the
Sheffield
ground.
Road, and it looks like we do have, latest scan does show a TDS, tornadic debris signature. We have a debris ball on radar. It looks like we do have a tornado on the ground. I'll go ahead and draw that here for you, waiting for the latest scan to come in, but you'll see this area move. Right in here is the debris ball, and it's going to move a little bit closer to West 93rd Avenue, coming into St. John. So we do have a tornado, likely tornado on the ground here. Let me turn my pen off here, and we will track this out. Oh, my pen's still there. I don't want it there. There we go. So still waiting on the next scan here, but I have the next scan on another radar product here behind the scenes, and that debris ball does move, and it is currently just outside of St. John, coming into
New
St. John.
information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
And we have a confirmed tornado warning now for Lake County, Indiana. Tornado is on the ground. Our next debris signature will be over St. John, over US 41. Treat it as if it's on US 41 right now. And it is going to move just to the south side of Schererville, or near Schererville. It's going to come near Burr Street, and it's going to run west 85th Avenue, west 93rd Avenue, out of St. John. So this is lagging behind here for about a second. It's moving east-northeast at 25 miles per hour, and we do have a debris ball on radar. A tornado is on the ground over St. John, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. So if you're in Schererville, St. John, Murrayville, Ross, interior room away from windows, and there's your debris ball right there. So it just got quite large on radar. Right along West 93rd Avenue is where this debris ball is currently. It's in a neighborhood right now, moving towards St. John. So if you are east of US 41, West 93rd Avenue, West 85th Avenue, looks like Klein Avenue, and Rorman Road. If any of those sound familiar, south and west of US 30, interior room. The time is now to get into your safe place, interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. We have a tornado in progress here in St. John. This is in Lake County, Indiana, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. If it holds together, it's going to come very close to Maryville, Indiana as well. In fact, we'll go ahead and track this out here for you. Let me get my tracker tool on and we will draw this out for you.
While Caleb does that real quick, it's going to cross US 41 right now toward West 85th Avenue. It's going to cross West Lincoln Highway and Klein Avenue. This is going to continue on to the northeast here. The current indication was it impacted St. John proper up toward the Rorman Road area and the Klein Avenue area. Yes, we are live.
Yeah.
This is going to be impacting a very populated area here. This debris ball currently is over Patterson Street and US 41, basically right in St. John, just south of Schererville. This is going to cross US 30 very soon. Go ahead, Caleb.
Yep, so tracking here, we have 15 minutes to Murrayville, about 5 minutes, areas just southeast of Schererville, so think Klein Avenue here in about 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes to get to your interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. You have 10 to 15 minutes if you're in Murrayville, and that is the interchange of I-65 and East 81st Street. Very tight velocity signature here. This is not what you want to see. This rotation is increasing within this supercell. We have a tornado in progress. You got 15 minutes to prepare or less. We'll call it 10 minutes. I want you in your safe place in less than 10 minutes if you're in Murrayville, Indiana. Along Lincoln Highway, US 30 and I-65. About 15 minutes to that interchange just to the north and east of St. John. Tornado is in progress. Go ahead and turn back dual screen on and we will see our debris tracker here. We're going to turn that back on to get that posted here. And here we go. There's our debris right in there, right where you see the colors there. I'll go ahead and circle that for you right in here. This is our tornado in progress, and this is moving along West 85th Avenue and West 93rd Avenue, moving towards Rorman Road, just to the south of US 30, likely going to cross US 30 near the I-65 US 30 interchange in Murrayville here in about 10 minutes, 10 minutes or less for that interchange. Do not park under the overpasses on I-65 or US 30. That is a terrible bad idea. You will restrict traffic and you will put yourself in greater danger if you do that. So do not park under overpasses on US 30 and I-65. That is an absolutely terrible, terrible thing you can do. So interior room, away from windows until the storm has passed.
Has been issued.
And we have a new tornado warning that just got issued, and we'll try to briefly talk about that here real quick and see where that was at.
I believe it's going to be for that southern cell near Beecher, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. We'll stay on this cell here as we have a tornado in progress in a metropolitan area. I don't want to leave anybody out, but if there's not a tornado on the ground with that storm, I want to stay with the tornado in progress here this evening. So we'll kind of...
I'll watch the other cells, Caleb. You got it.
Yep. So any medical professionals watching, you know the word triage? Well, we will be triaging these warnings as they come in based on severity. So we're going to stay here in Lake County, Indiana for now on this tornado in progress. Currently crossing Rorman Road and Klein Avenue right now, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. It's going to be coming into Maryville here in about 5 minutes. Maryville, interior room, away from windows. Lowest level of your home, basement preferred. If you don't have a basement, find a stairwell, bathroom. Put as many layers between you and the outside as possible. If you're in a mobile home or a camper, now's the time to go to that safe place, a sturdy structure with a fixed foundation. That's key. Maybe it's a business, a gas station bathroom, whatever the case may be. Get to that place now. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Expect considerable tree damage to roofs, siding, and houses. This is a very tight rotation here. And in fact, the debris ball is growing larger just southeast of Schererville, moving northeast at 20 to 25 miles per hour. This is going to move. This is very close to Rorman Road and US 30, turning north here just a little bit, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. It's going to get very close to downtown Maryville. The tornado in progress is now West 85th Avenue, getting ready to cross US 30, likely crossing US 30 right now. It's pulling to the north just a tick. It's deviating just a little bit, just by a few blocks. but it is crossing US 30 right now, or will be very soon. It is currently over Rorman Road and US 30 and Klein Avenue. We're likely going to see this debris ball just tick just a little bit to the north and east. This is going to come near Burr Street, Bell Street, and 73rd Avenue. 73rd Avenue, also under the gun here for this tornado. This is a tornado in progress. And there's the debris ball moving along a little bit, currently over Rorman Road and US 30. Tornado's signature is still there. This is going to come very close to the Maryville area, crossing US 30 right now. We still have a tornado in progress. That debris signature continues in Lake County, Indiana, northwest Lake County, Indiana. We also have that tornado warning near Beecher that just got issued. Currently, nothing on our debris tractor for that. I do want to briefly mention, if you're in the Schneider area or areas just south, a decent rotation starting near Lake Village, Indiana. I know a lot of these guys are very wary and severe weather aware after a tornado earlier this year. Watch that storm moving northeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour, Lake Village, Roselawn area as well. Back up here north to our tornado in progress. This tornado is running along parallel US 30 and could be crossing US 30 right now. Do not park under overpasses. There's the latest couplet, likely just cross US 30. We're likely going to see this debris tracker move just a little bit. Nearest intersection, 73rd Avenue and Burr Street, outside of Maryville, just a few blocks away. It is just east of Sherrville, moving near Burr Street and moving along 73rd Avenue, going to be coming near Hendrick Street, as well as State Road 55 and US 30. It's going to be just north of US 30. This tornado is likely crossing US 30 or just north of US 30, just south of Ross, coming into Murrayville. And it's going to be coming up to 73rd Avenue and State Road 55 is where this area of rotation is at currently. The debris tracker is lagging a little bit behind. Newest reflectivity shows the area of rotation just to the north of US 30. Likely going to see the debris ball track with it. It's likely, if I had to guess, right on 73rd Avenue and Burr Street is where we're likely going to see that debris ball track here momentarily. It currently moving over Burr Street and 73rd Avenue, coming near 73rd Avenue and Hendrick Street. We're in a residential area here, so interior room, away from shelter, away from windows, until this storm has passed. If you're in St. John or Sherrville, you guys are in the clear. Just do not be sightseers right now. Let the roads be clear for emergency personnel and those emergency vehicles to get to the places they need to go to make sure everyone is okay. There's a time for sightseeing and not a time for sightseeing. Now is not the time for sightseeing, especially with more storms coming behind these lead storms. So do not go sightseeing. Please leave the streets alone. The good news is, Ryan, our debris ball, I don't see it anymore on the latest scan. It could still be on the ground. It just may not be lofting debris as high, so treat it as if there is still a debris ball or a tornado in progress. It is pulling north just a little bit. It has made a north turn. The area of rotation is near Burr Street, north of 73rd Avenue, near West 56th Avenue, just south of Ross. Only about a half mile to a mile south of Ross, southwest of Ross, is where the area of rotation is. If I go ahead and draw that for you, it is sitting right in here. You can see the reds and greens holding hands right in here, just southwest of Ross. Ross is up in here. And on the right side of your screen is our debris tracker. All the pinks and purples that you see, those are raindrops. Those are objects in uniform size and uniform direction. Any objects that get turned up in the air and they're bouncing around, the radar sees that as not raindrops. And anything that's not raindrops, you'll see brighter colors, yellows, blues, and greens. That would indicate objects of different size and velocity, in this case, debris. Thankfully, that debris has lifted here. I'll go ahead and track it back here. You can see that debris ball track along, and it may have lifted right on or just after US 30. You can see that debris ball track, but it could still be on the ground. Rotation is tight. It could still support a tornado on the ground moving in near Ross, Indiana. So do still treat this seriously as if there is a tornado on the ground, even though I do not see a debris ball at this point in time. Go ahead, Ryan. Yep. Yeah, all good. We talked about that just momentarily ago. Always good to go check back up on it. The good news is though, no, you're good. You're good. The good news is on that cell near Lake Village in Schneider. I know you guys are more than likely you're paying attention to the weather after what has happened earlier this year. The good news is I don't see anything on debris tracker yet, but wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning on that near Schneider. We're getting close to VROT, which is the criteria of inbounds and outbounds needed for a baseline tornado warning. We're getting close to that criteria, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning on that. Rotation here near Beecher has straightened out, has broadened out a little bit. Looks like straight line winds here for the most part, but there is a little bit of rotation just southwest of Eagle Lake coming up the straight line here. This is southern Lake County. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Back up here to the Maryville cell. We had a confirmed tornado on this just a little bit ago. If I back it up here, you can see the debris ball right in here. This is about 5-10 minutes ago, just to the southeast of Sherrville. This is our active debris ball just a few moments ago. As we play this out, you can see I currently do not have a debris signature. Or there could be a little bit right there just south of Ross. Inconclusive there, but do treat this as if there is a tornado on the ground. It looks like it briefly cycled, and it looks like it is re-intensifying again. So if you're in Ross, interior room away from windows, Hobart, interior room away from windows, this area of rotation is occluding north. It is moving north, north of Murrayville. It's going to head into a very populated area, moving through a very populated area. If you're on State Road 53 and US 6, heads up. Possible tornado heading in your direction. This is moving in to Ross right now. Looks to come very close to Hobart as well. Lake Station, Hobart, interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. Rotation has intensified quite a bit, and there may still be potentially something on the ground here, and we need to treat it as such regardless. But as I circle this right in here, see a little bit of clutter back here, but this the debris tracker is a little bit behind. There we go. There's our debris tracker moving. Possible tornadoes still on the ground or perhaps touchdown once again. This is crossing State Road 55, coming near State Road 53, and it's going to move near 65 and 6. I would have to say that is likely a tornadic debris signature on the ground, moving northeast at 25 to 30 miles per hour. If you're in Hobart, Indiana, just northwest of Murrayville, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And let me exit out of my draw tool here real quick. So tornado is likely still in progress in Lake County, Indiana. This is northwest Lake County. Go ahead, Ryan. Yeah, VROT is intense. That's a measurement of inbounds and outbounds, and the measurement that Ryan was giving you was outbounds, and we're not that far away from the radar either. So these winds are about 1,000 feet off the ground, Ryan. If I had to guess, they're not that high. Yeah. Well, he's doing that just out of my curiosity. Regardless of what the number is, doesn't matter. It's strong, right? We need to be in interior room away from windows. This is not something I want to see. If you're in Hobart, Indiana, you need to be in your basement right now, interior room, away from windows. You need to be taking shelter, period. This rotation is very strong, moving in your direction, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. I'm likely going to see this debris ball, unfortunately, probably move, getting close to State Road 53, Harrison Street, just to the north side of Murrayville. It did take a north turn just a little bit. It looks to be coming very close head-on to Hobart, Indiana. If you're downstream of this, if you're in Portage, Indiana, in Porter County, Indiana, you need to be on alert for this tornado. Start figuring out where your safe place is in case this holds together and moves into your direction. Go ahead, Ryan.
Big debris ball now. Big debris ball.
So Ryan has the latest scan. Sounds like we have a large and destructive, potentially tornado on the ground. And there it is. Large debris ball now. We have a strong tornado on the ground in progress just to the west of Hobart. And we have a PDS tornado warning.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
This is a particularly dangerous situation. We have a large tornado in progress. If you're in downtown Hobart, interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. If you're in Porter County, Indiana, Portage, now's the time. You're not in a warning yet, but you likely will be here soon. Interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. This is crossing I-65. It's going to cross the interchange here at East 61st Avenue and I-65. Do not park under this overpass. This tornado very likely will go near or directly over this interchange, and that is just a really terrible situation if you are putting yourself in that risk. Just don't do it, plain and simple. Do not park under this overpass at this interchange here. We have a large destructive tornado in progress here, a considerable threat, an observed tornado. To repeat, a large and extremely dangerous and potential deadly tornado is on the ground. Take cover now. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to businesses and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. This is a particularly dangerous situation. So a very large tornado is on the ground moving towards Hobart, and it looks to come, unfortunately, near downtown Hobart is where this tornado is headed. And crossing I-65 right now, near East 53rd Street, West 49 Avenue, and West 61st Avenue. Tornado is still in progress here, waiting on the next debris tracker scan, but it's likely going to put it right in here, just to the west, right over the highway here. And it looks to come very close to New Chicago and downtown Hobart. If you're in these areas, interior room, you guys have not minutes, seconds to prepare for this tornado. And to repeat, a very large tornado appears to be on the ground and is causing significant damage. Interior room away from windows, West 61st Avenue and I-65 is where this tornado is currently located. Large debris ball, very large debris ball here. We have a significant tornado on the ground.
This is likely, this is very likely EF2 plus status here, guys. Just take it very seriously. The
Ryan, when you
on
can,
this,
give me a cross section. Tell
I'm
me how
working
high
on
the
it.
debris is being lofted.
Working on it. The gate to gate is 110 miles per hour right now. Likely a very, very strong tornado that is ongoing. It's moving directly into Hobart right now. 49th Avenue and the west side of Hobart. 49th Avenue and Liverpool Road is about to cross Center Street into. This is basically going directly into downtown Hobart. If you know anybody in this area, get them in their shelter now. This is nothing to mess around with. Downstream up toward Portage, same thing applies. Get underground now. Your life is in danger.
Yeah, very large tornado, very dangerous situation and deadly situation ongoing now in Lake County, Indiana. This is northern Lake County. Southern Lake County is in a tornado warning, but I don't see anything on the ground at this point. This is northern Lake County. We have a very large and potentially deadly tornado moving into Hobart. This is an observed tornado warning. We're likely going to see a tornado warning get issued for Porter County. If you're in Portage, we need to be in an interior room away from windows. A large and significant tornado is located to your southwest. Moving northeast at, I believe, 25. And there we go.
Yes, tornado warning has been issued.
Impeccable timing. Thank you, IWX, for that tornado.
For reference,
just got issued here for. Yep, go ahead, Ryan. I don't want to
cross section's not available. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Either way, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how high the debris is being lofted. We have a serious tornado on the ground, and we're likely going to see the new warning get picked back up here. It's getting lofted high enough to warrant a downstream PDS tornado warning. Considerable threat now includes Portage, Chesterton, Indiana, northwest of Valparaiso. Valparaiso not included in the tornado warning at this point in time. This is likely. Stay alert to this tornado. It may come close if it deviates, if it makes a right turn. But for right now, it is over downtown Hobart. On the next scan, we're likely going to see this debris ball, unfortunately, over downtown Hobart. You are now out of time to get to your safe place. I hope you're already in it. If you're in South Haven, Wheeler, Portage, get to your safe place now. This is a very dangerous tornado, and potentially a deadly tornado as well, in progress here in Lake County, Indiana. We have a large debris ball in progress here between West 61st Avenue, West 49th Avenue, coming across State Road 51, as well as State Road 130 in downtown Hobart is where this tornado is currently located or moving into. It's moving into downtown right now. we have a large tornado in progress, a large debris ball in progress as well. Areas downstream include South Haven, Wheeler, Portage, Lake Station. All need to be either underground in a storm shelter or at the lowest level of your home to protect yourself from flying debris outside. This is not a drill. There's a very large and potentially deadly tornado on the ground. You need to be in your safe place, underground preferably. But if you don't have a basement, find a stairwell, closet, put as many layers. Think of it as layers, like an onion. Put as many layers between you and what's going on outside as possible to protect yourself from flying debris. And the debris ball is still in progress, currently moving along West 3rd Street, West 8th Street, coming in Walnut Lane right now. This tornado is moving into downtown Hobart. This is worst case scenario for downtown Hobart. A large tornado is in progress, moving directly into downtown. Be in your safe place now. Hunker down. Areas behind. If you're in Griffith, Maryville, Ross, you guys are in the clear, but please, please, please stay where you are. Do not go out. After this tornado, the risk is not over. There is down power lines, down trees, damage, debris in the roadways. Do not go out. Stay in place. Even though the tornado has passed, do not go out. Just period. Leave the roads clear for first responders because they're going to need to get to those impacted. We'll likely have damaged structures and search and rescue likely ongoing or will begin shortly. So do not go out and be a hindrance to those people. Please, please leave the roads empty as they are and watch out for down power lines and damage. The threat does not end when the tornado ends. This is possibly a catastrophic situation for Hobart, Indiana. A very large tornado is on the ground, moving directly over downtown right now, right on top of West 3rd Street, and looks like State Road 130. Go ahead, Ryan. Not what I want, but there's the circle. Yeah. Yeah, while we're down there, also tightening rotation and just to the northeast of Schneider, moving towards the DeMott area, I-65 as well. Multiple areas of rotation. Yep, tornado is on the ground. That CC moved. Tornado does appear to be on the ground just south of Crown Point, east of Cedar Lake. We do likely have a tornado in progress there. So if you're in southern Lake County, interior room away from shelters, as we have 2 tornadoes in progress in the county right now, just south of Crown Point. We do have what appears to be, unfortunately, a debris signature there with that one. Back to Hobart, Indiana. A very large tornado is on the ground and in progress, just moving through.
A new tornado
downtown
warning has been issued.
Downtown Hobart. This is a PDS situation, a potentially dangerous situation. We have a large and dangerous tornado in progress here in Lake County, Indiana. This is going to move into Porter County, Indiana, along U.S. 6. If you're in Wheeler, Portage, South Haven, interior room, lowest level of your home, basement, storm shelter preferred. If you do not have any of those options, find a sturdy structure, closet, bathroom, interior room away from windows, and hunker down and ride the storm out and cover your head and protect yourself from flying debris. We have a large tornado still in progress here. And if you guys have been impacted...
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Which one is that?
I believe that's the one we're just
Listening.
talking about that may have just went warned.
Okay. I'm not sure which one that was for.
Okay, well, that's
Either
going to
of
be for
these are
Shelby and
highly
Rangeline
capable.
Forest City.
Okay, copy.
Just south of Lowell.
That'd be on this one here. Tornado is on the ground just northeast of Schneider, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. If you're in the Shelby area, likely just to your north right now on the ground. If you're just northwest of DeMott, Indiana, tornado is in progress. Law enforcement confirmed tornado with that one. Back up here to our very large tornado, still in progress here, likely still in progress. Large debris signature on the ground, or in the air, I should say, right now. Just moved through downtown Hobart, and it is now moving towards South Haven, Indiana, just north of Wheeler. It is currently moving along 700 North and 37th Avenue at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. A very large debris signature still on radar. Looking at rotation, still pretty strong rotation associated with this. We can't call it lifted at this point in time. I'm hoping some of this is fallout, but likely still tornado in progress. So do take this seriously. If you're in South Haven, Wheeler, you need to be in your safe place right now. After the tornado is over, please do not go out. Please stay where you are. Shelter in place until given the all clear by EMA, law enforcement, and local authorities. Do not go out and put yourself in danger. Down power lines, trees, roadways are blocked, and please do not go out and see the damage until given the all clear by local emergency management. Let them do their job for search and rescue. Let the first responders get to those who need it. They're likely conducting that now. If you are downstream from this tornado, South Haven, Portage, Wheeler, be in an interior room away from windows as you have a potentially a large tornado in progress headed in your direction. This is moving into Porter County, Indiana, just crossing county lines out of Lake County and moving into northwestern Porter County along US 6, north of 600 North and State Road 130. Just crossed State Road 130, and it is now crossing, looks like North County Line Road. So it's crossing now into Porter County, Indiana, or has crossed into Porter County along US 6. There's the trim back warning there for Lake County as it continues moving out of the county. And we also have an observed tornado warning near the Schneider area, just south of our PDS tornado warning. And this is near Harrison Street, coming near I-65, just to the northeast of Shelby. We have a tornado on the ground here. Law enforcement confirmed tornado, and this goes until 9 o'clock Central Daylight Time and 10 p.m. Eastern. So for about, or I guess 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 p.m. Central Time.
That radar velocity signature, as well as the reflectivity, if you look at the reflectivity on that, that is probably as classic of a look as you can get of a supercell thunderstorm there. That is a very pronounced hook moving up in toward the Hebron and DeMott areas. This should be taken seriously. This is a radar, should I say a law enforcement confirmed tornado that is on the ground here, about to cross I-65 here, and eventually toward Clay Street and up into the Hebron area.
Yeah, going to come very close to Hebron. I'll say it right this time. It's coming very close to Hebron, Indiana, just to the north and west of DeMott. This is a law enforcement confirmed tornado. So a tornado has been reported by law enforcement and is on the ground to our last knowledge. So this is an observed tornado warning here moving towards the Hebron area in northwest Indiana. Going back up here to the north, I guess I'll briefly touch on this. We have a tornado warning now for Rensselaer and Fowler, Indiana, for our incoming line of storms. We have a lot of little kinks along the leading edge of this line. Each of those are capable of producing what we call a spin-up tornado. These are called mesovortices. They're little areas of spin along the leading edge of this line, all of them capable of producing quick spin-ups. So that is why they're issuing a downstream tornado warning well in advance for Rensselaer, Morocco, Kentland, and Fowler. And back up here to northern Indiana, to Porter County, Indiana. We'll go ahead and turn on our debris tracker here once again. The good news is, Ryan, I think we're seeing some fallout now with this tornado. Treat it as if it's still on the ground. This has a history of producing a large, deadly tornado potentially deadly tornado on the ground over Hobart. Hopefully we see it cycling here, but the rotation is not weak. There's still some decent rotation here just south of Portage along US 6. Really decent outbounds here. Inbounds have weakened a little bit, but outbounds are still very strong. If the tornado has lifted, be on the lookout for very strong and intense straight line winds. We call this RFD, rear flank downdraft. Winds here associated, we'll get a measurement on this. Yeah, right around, I wouldn't be surprised to see 60 plus mile per hour winds within that coming down to the ground. A little bit of an RFD surge coming into South Haven and Wheeler, with the possibility of that tornado still there. It just may not be lofting debris as high for us to see it. So do treat it as if there is still a tornado on the ground. If you are in the South Haven area, it would be coming pretty close to you. So the good news is the PDS tornado warning has been downgraded to an observed tornado. So the tornado that, according to the National Weather Service, is still on the ground near Portage, moving east at 30 miles per hour. So according to the National Weather Service, there is a tornado still on the ground, and it would be moving along US 6 near South Haven, moving east. So there is still a tornado on progress here, according to the National Weather Service and according to the warning text. So treat it as if there is still a tornado on the ground, and there is, according to the warning. This is for Porter County, Indiana. Lake County, Indiana. You guys are in the clear. Not clear for the rest of the night, but for the clear momentarily. So good news for you guys, but do stay where you are and do not venture out. Back down south to our tornado warning on the ground. Confirmed tornado on the ground. And maybe still a little bit of a debris signature there, just northeast of Shelby, northwest of DeMott. This is going to come very close to the Hebron area, crossing likely I-65 near, see if I can get that, East 205th Street and Clay Street is kind of where that area of rotation is, due north of Roselawn, northwest of DeMott. By about 5 miles northwest of DeMott. Areas to the south, tornado warnings for Rensselaer, Morocco, Kentland, and Fowler for QLCS spin-up tornadoes. These are little kinks in the line. And I'll go ahead and draw these out here to give you guys a little bit of a visual about what we're talking about here. And to do this, let me turn on reflectivity so you can see what it looks like on radar as well. So all of these little kinks along the leading edge are what we call mesovortices, little individual areas of rotation. And I missed one. There's one right there. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 areas of rotation, embedded rotation in this little area from Martinton, Indiana, to Ambia, Indiana, or Illinois, rather, Watica, Milford, down to Hoopeston, Illinois. All of these are embedded circulations along the leading edge of the squall line here. Each one of those is capable of producing a brief spin-up rotation, and there are 6 areas of rotation moving into west central Indiana from Ambia, Kentland, and Morocco. So these are things that we're going to have to look for with this line. This line, while long track, significant tornadoes, maybe a little bit lower with this line like we saw up in Lake County. Quick spin-up tornadoes form without warning, and they can still do considerable amount of damage. So do be in your safe place ahead of this line, and this whole leading edge has embedded rotation within it as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see a downstream tornado warning perhaps for the Attica area or the Covington area as well as it moves into
A new
Indiana.
considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And a very tight couplet now near just northwest of DeMott, Indiana, just southeast of Hebron. Likely tornadoes still on the ground. In fact, we're going to turn on our debris tracker here to look at this. Yeah, there it is. There's our debris ball right there. Likely tornadoes still on the ground. I guess they downgraded it to radar indicated, so maybe that's just clutter there. Treat it as if there is a tornado still on the ground. Is it on the ground?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So we have a chaser on this storm just southeast of Hebron right now. We have a funnel cloud right now on this storm. So it could re-intensify and retouch down at any moment. The rotation is very tight within the storm. Downstream tornado warning now for the Couts area, as well as Boone Grove and Malden, Indiana, all under a tornado warning. We do have a nice funnel cloud actually on it there. If you want to take Cody full, Ryan. Cody is live. This is a live look outside of Hebron, Indiana. You can see your wall cloud there. The scuddy looking clouds is your inflow. That's moisture being pulled into the storm there on the left side of your screen. He's going to reposition here a little bit, but there's a little bit of a lowering there, a little bit of a cone funnel there underneath that wall cloud. Yep, cone funnel right there. Look at it reaching down. He's going to reposition here and go south, but we have a cone funnel, another vortice there, so a multi-vortex cone funnel there, just southwest of Hebron, Indiana, and this is currently near Stone Road and Union Street. Tornado is on the ground. You can see the dust being kicked up there. This is southwest of Hebron live. Right now in real time, the tornado has just touched down once again. This is just southwest of Hebron, Indiana. Currently on the ground coming near US 231, just south of State Road 2. We have a tornado in progress. We have a stout cone tornado on the ground, and rotation has greatly increased here too. This may likely, unfortunately, grow larger. The environment supports that. Unfortunately, just south of Hebron, rotation has gotten very, very tight. You can see RFD, straight line winds, really ramping up at Cody's location there. So some strong winds associated with this behind the tornado as he tries to reposition as well. You can see the dust and rain obscuring the view there, but a tornado is on the ground just south of Hebron, just south of State Road 2, moving towards US 231, north of DeMott, Indiana. Tornado in progress at this location. A stout cone tornado. And this is in southeast Lake County. And this is moving into perhaps extreme portions of southwestern Porter County. But a tornado is on the ground there. You can see it's kind of evolving a little bit. We had a skinny cone. Now we have a little bit of a stouter cone coming down.
Coming right for me. I got to go a little bit south.
So he's going to reposition here a little bit as this tornado is headed in his direction. He's going to get just out of the way just a little bit as he has time to do so. But if you're ahead of this tornado, if you're in Couts, Indiana, rotation is very strong, Ryan. Your inbounds and outbounds are really strong. This could be a very strong tornado here. This could, and noticing that on visual there as well, kind of morphing from a skinny rope tornado to a stout cone tornado is also a sign of intensification in tornado genesis. So this could be a very intense tornado here, developing, moving towards Couts, Indiana, State Road 8, State Road 49. Rotation is very strong. Unfortunately, going to move towards Couts, Indiana. If you're in Couts, Indiana, enter your room away from windows, basement preferred. This tornado is growing in size, and there's our debris ball right there. We have a new debris ball on radar. This tornado is hitting things, whether it's trees or dirt getting kicked up. We have a very Ryan, if you want to take my radar back real quick, so I can give a location to where this debris ball is. We have a large debris ball now with this tornado, and it is currently moving over Union Street and moving into 1200 South, just southwest of Hebron. This is going to come into the Couts, Indiana area. So he is kind of running into some rain there a little bit. So this tornado could be rain wrapped as well. You may not see this tornado coming, but we do have an avid debris ball on radar. I'll go ahead and circle it here for you so you can see where this tornado is. And it is currently right here, just southwest of Hebron, south of State Road 8. And it's going to move really directly towards Couts. It's moving towards Couts, Indiana. If you're in Couts, Indiana, Interior room away from shelter. Rotation is extremely strong just south of Hebron. Likely going to have perhaps a large tornado developing here, or is already in progress. We'll have to wait for the next scan here. I'm at 8:54. It's 8:57. Next scan should be coming in any minute here. There's the next velocity scan, and it took a north turn. It shifted north. It's going to go really close to Hebron, Indiana. A very intense couplet, likely a very strong tornado on the ground.
New
PDS
information.
with this
Tornado warning has been upgraded.
Shout out to the NWS for that. I assume it's for this one. So PDS tornado warning now. A very large tornado in progress, very strong tornado in progress, moving towards Couts, Indiana. If you're in Couts, interior room away from windows, a tornado is on the progress about 1.5 miles to 2 miles south of Hebron. Going to come very close to State Road 8, and it is currently a very, very large debris ball is still on the ground.
There's tons of debris.
Yep, be careful.
Yep, there's our PDS warning there, our purple box. We have a large tornado in progress here. Considerable threat here. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles. Damage is likely. This tornado is currently crossing US 231 right now and State Road 2. We have a large tornado on the ground. Going to be moving towards County Road 1700 as well as State Road 8. It's just outside of Hebron and likely gonna come very close to Hebron, or just the outside
A new
of
tornado
Hebron.
warning has been issued.
So a very intense tornado is on the ground. There it is. Large debris ball still there in progress. At Cody, just crossed US 231 south of State Road 8. Very large CC.
None of that came through. I can relay that though.
Okay. Likely have a large tornado on the ground. A very established tornado, a mature tornado
Yep.
is on the ground,
Gosh.
moving towards Couts, Indiana. Our chaser is going to proceed with caution in case he comes across down power lines or damage. There's a live look at Cody. Cody's stream there. Can't see it with the rain, but there is a tornado on the ground,
It's rain
likely
wrapped.
straight ahead of him in that rain. It is rain wrapped. You're not going to see this tornado coming. If I go ahead and turn on reflectivity here, oh, not that. The tornado is sitting, I'll draw it out here for you, of where it is currently sitting. It's sitting right in here. It is sitting in the rain right now, or just south of the rain. Actually, let me redraw that. That is a bad interpretation of where this tornado is. That is off just a little bit, right in... Where'd it go? Here it is. This is your debris ball right here. Right here is the debris ball. A significantly large debris ball, but we have rain ahead of it, behind it, and beside it. So this is a rain-wrapped tornado. A very large tornado is on the ground. Moving towards Couts, Indiana, just south of Hebron. We have a rain-wrapped tornado and a very stout tornado. Large debris ball is on the ground. This is a dangerous situation and potentially
A new
deadly
considerable severe
situation.
thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Let me turn my marker off here, and we'll go ahead and time this out for you. If you're in Couts, Indiana, La Crosse, Indiana, enter your room away from windows until this storm has passed. This is a PDS tornado warning. This is for Porter and north central Jasper counties. A large and potentially dangerous tornado is on the ground. We have a large debris ball, very large debris ball in progress here. This is moving just south of State Road 8. Looks to come very close, if not directly, into Couts, Indiana. So if you are in Couts, I can't stress this enough, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Hopefully, it'll kind of split town and split Couts and Boone Grove, but interior room away from windows anywhere within this PDS tornado warning. A large and potentially dangerous tornado is in progress. Very large debris ball on radar as well. This red circle that you see just to the south and east of Hebron, that is the tornado. That is the tornado signature. We call that a TDS, a tornadic debris signature on radar, to the point it is lofting enough debris into the air where the reflectivity counts it as rain. That is how much debris is being lofted into the air right now. That is not rain right in here. This is debris. This is debris being picked up, whether it's trees, structure, or dirt. That is the tornado right there, still in progress, crossing along 900 south, crossing 400 west, just on the county line. Right, it's still in Lake County, or sorry, Porter County, just north of the county line, southeast of Hebron, moving directly towards Couts. If you're in Couts, Indiana, enter your room away from windows until the storm has passed. A very large and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. Very large debris ball. Once again, it is hitting more things. Go ahead, Ryan.
Your gate to gate on that cell at the highest points of the couplet, 98 outbound, and on the other side 57 inbound. This is potentially a very
This is
strong tornado that is on
Very
the way.
strong tornado.
Also-
Borderline violent.
Yeah, also referencing back to Gary, the debris was lofted 13,000 feet on that one. I'm waiting for a cross scan on this.
Yeah, regardless of how high the debris is being lofted, you know, there's a tornado on the ground. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how high it's being lofted in this moment. There's a significant tornado in progress on 900 South, and this is moving along in South State Road 8, moving directly towards Couts, Indiana. And this is for northern Jasper County. Right now, the tornado is in Porter County. It's just north of the Jasper County line, kind of flirting with the line. It may enter Jasper County briefly north of County Road 1700 in extreme portions of northern Jasper County, but right now it looks to be in Porter County along State Road 8, moving directly towards Couts. This is an extremely tight couplet here, a very extremely dangerous situation for Couts, Indiana. Still a large tornado in progress per the latest scans. This is moving east at, I believe, 30 miles per hour. Yep, this is moving east at 30 miles per hour. Counts. Yeah, 5 minutes. 5 minutes or less to prepare for this tornado and to be in your safe place. Hopefully you're there now. Interior room, away from windows. Basement preferred. If you do not have a basement, put as many layers between you and possible. Find a bathroom, a stairwell. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Interior closet, great idea. As long as it doesn't have a window or is on an exterior wall. And hunker down. Hold your head, cover your head, take shelter. And if you have any helmets, blankets, put anything over you to protect you from flying debris as you can. As this is a potentially dangerous situation, mobile homes will be destroyed in this tornado. Unfortunately, this tornado is moving east at 30 miles per hour. We have a significant tornado on the ground. This is in southern Porter County, Indiana, near the Jasper-Porter County line. So southern Porter County and extreme portions of northern Jasper County, kind of flirting with the county line here. It is staying south of State Road 8 for the most part, is riding right along West 900 South, moving directly towards Couts, Indiana, just outside of town, about 2 miles west of Couts, Indiana. So you have 5 minutes or less if you're in Couts. You need to be in your safe place right now. A significant tornado is heading in your direction, moving along State Roads 8 and heading east at 30 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation as we have a very large tornado on the ground. Significant debris ball is in progress here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yep. Here for SNR counts, heading directly with me. You got a copy, Cody? One moment. Talking to Cody here behind the scenes. I am ready to take back over. And this is a rain wrap tornado as well. You are not going to see this tornado coming. And it is on top of State Road 8 right now in Porter County. It took a north turn just a little bit, and it's going to head very close to Couts, Indiana, if not directly over town. If you're in Couts interior room away from windows until the storm has passed, this is a very dangerous situation as this tornado is coming into town right now. And let me turn on reflectivity here. You're not going to see this tornado coming. This hole in the radar is the tornado. It is wrapped in rain. You are not going to see this tornado coming. There is heavy rain ahead of it and behind it, and likely some very strong winds on the backside of this tornado in the form of RFD. So strong straight line winds on the south side of this tornado, 60 to 70 mile per hour, cannot be ruled out. When you get these very large tornadoes, you can get some very strong winds directly behind the tornado on the west side and southwest side of these tornadoes in the form of straight line winds. So if you're south of Couts, be prepared for strong straight line winds associated with this storm. If you're in Couts, prepare for a rain-wrapped tornado. A very large, potentially rain-wrapped tornado is heading into town. You're not going to see this tornado coming. It is wrapped in rain. Don't wait. Don't look for it. Be in your safe place right now. I can't stress that enough. This is a very dangerous situation. Let me go ahead and turn back on velocity here. Extremely tight couplet. Gate to gate here is very, very strong. And this tornado, unfortunately, doesn't show signs of stopping. I want to see it stop, but right now there's nothing atmospherically saying it's going to stop before it reaches Couts or State Road 49 here in western Indiana. It is just a very strong signature here in southern Porter County. If you're in La Crosse, Indiana, Wanata area, interior room away from windows, the storm is heading in your direction, though not a tornado warning at this point in time. You need to be in your safe place and be prepared for a potentially large tornado. Hopefully it cycles or weakens before reaching La Crosse or Wanata areas, but it may not. So interior room, be prepared for it. Nonetheless, interior room, away from windows, basement preferred. Put as many layers between you and the outside as possible. Waiting for the next scan here. The current time is 9:09 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Latest radar scan is 9:05 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So we're curious to see how our next scan looks here as it moves towards Couts, Indiana. Last known position was right on top of State Road 8 in southern Porter County. This is moving east-northeast at 30 miles per hour. It's a slower moving tornado in southern Porter County, Indiana. The good news is for northern Porter County, if you're in the Hobart area, our tornado has lifted. Still some broad rotation moving into Michigan City here. So be prepared on the shore lines here, Michigan shores and Michigan State. Rotation moving in your direction, and some very strong straight line winds here as well. Here's the latest scan. Oh my goodness. This has no signs of stopping. This may go EDS, Ryan, with this. Keep talking. Be prepared for possible EDS in the Couts. Gate to gate is potentially violent.
Yeah, don't be surprised, guys, if this happens to go tornado emergency with this. This is a very intense couplet. This is high end of what we like to see with tornado debris signatures, but also velocity as well. I am very concerned here for the town of Malden area, Couts area, up toward Wanata. Again, do not be shocked to see them upgrade this to a level 3 of 3, or actually level 4 of 4 warning here on this cell. This is extremely dangerous. You guys need to be taking shelter immediately if you're downstream. About to cross South State Road 49 between Malden and Couts. This is a large tornado, and it's also intense. The brighter greens and the brighter reds coming together there do indicate that this is likely a very, very intense tornado, should I say. Also want to go north really quickly here up to Michigan City. This is also a couplet that's moving up into Berrien County. Michigan City directly being impacted by that couplet. The good news, though, there's no debris that I can see, so you guys should be okay there. But take it seriously if you live between New Buffalo and also Michigan City up in Michiana Shores area. This line is cranking winds and also rotating very broadly in some spots. Also need to keep an eye on this very carefully down by Covington up toward the Fowler area, but the focus needs to be right here on this large tornado likely continuing on toward Malden and Couts area. This is likely a large tornado that is on the ground here. And the good news, though, Caleb, I don't see any specific debris ball It's very undefined right now, but this is likely on the ground
Yeah.
regardless. Cody, do you have a visual on this by chance? There it is. Or
A
this
new
is
PDS tornado warning has been issued.
So it looks like PDS tornado warning for now. The rotation is extremely tight. Coming near Couts and Malden, Indiana. Likely still a tornado on the ground. If not, it's about ready to produce a pretty good-sized tornado here with the gate-to-gate that we are seeing here. Hopefully it does not. It could be over rural areas right now as well, and it's just not picking up a lot of debris over cornfields or fields. This is not a lot of crops up right now that are very large, so it could be over fields right now as well. But if you are in Couts or Malden, Indiana, you need to be in an interior room away from windows. And this could be part of the debris signature right here, just on the west side of Couts, Ryan. There's a little bit of CC still here. It just may be over rural areas here, just outside of town. Treat it as if it is still on the ground. This is a PDS tornado warning, and they're warning this well downstream. They're giving you a lot of heads up here.
A new
This is for
tornado
Kingsford
warning has
Heights,
been issued.
Wanata, and Westville, rather, Indiana. PDS tornado warning. Waiting on the next debris tracker scan here, our CC. Last scan is 9:09. It is currently 9:14. Should be seeing
A new tornado
new
warning
scan
has been issued.
momentarily. And going back down south, I don't want to leave anybody out here. Rensselaer, Fowler, under a tornado warning still for brief spin-up tornadoes along this entire line. And going back further south, near the Danville area, same thing. There's our newest tornado warning just popped up. Radar indicated rotation there. See that little notch just on the north side of 74, northwest of Crawfordsville. A little bit of a notch there. These are for QLCS spin-ups, mesovortices, embedded areas of circulation along the leading line, and anywhere on the leading edge of this line is very much capable of perhaps producing a brief spin-up tornado. Tornado is still on the ground, Ryan. There's our debris signature. It did move just on the north side of Couts, crossing State Road 49 right now. This did move, so I would have to believe that it is still on the ground and in progress at this current time. Gate to gate is extremely strong. Just south of Malden, it is splitting Couts and Malden, and going to be heading towards the Wanata area and Hanna, Indiana. If you're in any of these locations, Hanna, Wanata, Kingsford Heights, La Crosse, interior room, away from windows, and be getting to your safe place right now. This is a very serious situation with this storm, an extremely strong storm here in northwest Indiana. Currently in Porter County, southern Porter County, just splitting the towns of Malden and Couts right now in northwest Indiana.
Also want to chime in here. Going south, there is a new tornado warning incoming or already issued here for Wheatfield, Roselawn. There is a couplet close to the Fair Oaks area. We're going to watch this carefully, as well as near Rensselaer. None of these down here look incredibly tight. I do not see any debris balls either, but it is tornado warned now, as there is some rotation within that line. Also tracking rotation down by the Newton and Linden areas just east of Covington. So again, I'm tracking, I know Caleb's leading the stream here with his radar, but I'm also tracking it with my own software behind the scenes here, going up and down this line, looking for debris balls, looking for places of concern here. So we got you guys covered here. So bear with us.
Yeah, starting to get some debris pictures in from the tornado in southern Porter County, and it is causing debris. We have some structure damage here and some tree damage from southern Porter County, and it is causing some considerable damage in southern Porter County. This is from a few minutes ago. So this tornado is causing damage. We have structure damage and some tree damage coming in from the southern end of the county here. So do take this seriously.
Large
if you
debris
are
ball
downstream
now in
again.
Couts and Malden. Large debris ball.
Okay, that'll pop up here very soon. Not surprised to hear that with the gate-to-gate shear that we are seeing here just south of Malden. Again, there's really no signs atmospherically that this is going to lift. We pray and we hope it does, but there is nothing atmospherically stopping this thing at this moment. So if you are downstream, Hanna, Wanata, La Crosse, interior room away from windows. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a very large PDS tornado warning to give you that warning to say, hey, this is a serious situation, a very strong storm, and potentially a long-lived tornado, or capable of producing a series of tornadoes as it's moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. And there's the latest velocity scan. This is extremely tight. This is potentially a very strong tornado on the ground. This is one of the tightest signatures I have seen this year in Indiana, if that says anything. Just the amount of severity here, I don't say that lightly. If you are in the path of this, you need to be in your safe place. You need to be underground. If you can't go underground, lowest level of your home, basement, closet, bathroom. Put as many layers between you and the outside as possible. And if you are downstream in the Hannah area, Wanata area, Hamlet, Kingsford Heights, if you're in a mobile home or an RV, now's the time to go to that sturdy structure. Now's the time to know where that external safe place is if there's a storm shelter on the property. A sturdy structure nearby with a fixed foundation, now's the time to go there if you are in Wanata, Hannah, or Kingsford Heights. If you're just east of Malden, northwest of La Crosse, stay where you are. It's too late. That time has come and gone. You need to be hunkered down. You need to be taking shelter. There is significant damage taking place via damage reports coming in. I'm still waiting on the next scan for our CC to come in for our debris tracker here, but we do have there it is. So there's our latest scan. Tornado is still in progress, coming pretty close to the La Crosse area, just northwest of town. Currently crossing 500 south and 450 east is currently where this tornado is. This debris signature is spanning 600 south and 500 south, so it's lofting debris about a mile wide. That doesn't mean the tornado is that wide, but it's throwing debris and scattering it, producing a very large debris signature here. So likely a very established tornado here, moving east at about 30 miles per hour. A very, very extremely tight area of rotation just to the east of Malden. A very strong, likely a strong tornado in progress here, moving towards US 421 south of Wanata, moving towards Hannah at 30 miles per hour. Gate to gate is very impressive here on this storm. And it looks like it's a what we call a drill bit tornado. There's a stovepipe a few moments ago, and it is established. Rapid motion and a lot of debris getting lofted right now. It is a large stovepipe tornado via our storm chaser here behind the scenes. That was previously? Okay, I don't see times. 10 minutes ago.
Anybody
Okay.
else in the immediate area needs help? If not, I'm heading home.
Either way, a very established tornado is in the progress and is still on the ground. Large debris signature moving towards the La Crosse area, US 421 south of Wanata, moving along 600 south and 500 south, and maybe shifting north just a little bit. It is moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. It's going to be coming up to the intersections of 400 south and County Road 650 east. There's the latest velocity scan. If you're in Wanata, it's actually shifting north. I would be in your safe place right now. It is shifting north just a little bit. Here's the latest scan here. You can see the motion is moving northeast, and it's going to come very close to the Wanata area, as well as just west of Hannah at this current time. If you're in Wanata, Indiana, you need to be underground in your safe place. A very large debris signature just to your southwest, moving towards Wanata, Indiana. There you can track it here near Malden, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. You can see that debris ball move with it, moving northeast. It's going to come very close, if not over the Wanata area, US 421 and US 30, near that interchange there. Very large tornado, very established tornado is currently on the ground. This is moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. A PDS tornado warning is still in progress. This is southeast of Valparaiso. Valparaiso, you're currently in the clear for this tornado. It is not coming near Valparaiso. It is going to stay to your south and east. If you're in the Wanata area, Hannah area, Kingsford Heights, now's the time to be in your safe place at this point in time. See some questions in here from LaPorte County. Currently no sign. The rotation has broadened out, more of a straight line wind risk at this point in time. There still is some pockets of broad rotation near the New Buffalo area, but right now, not at a concern at this point in time as much as Porter County, Indiana. This is in southeast Porter County, Indiana. The considerable tornado warning out ahead of it is for LaPorte County, as well as north central Stark County in Indiana. Currently, the tornado is getting ready to move into southern LaPorte County, north of La Crosse. The tornado is currently right about on county lines between the LaPorte-Porter County line is where this tornado is currently at, and it is moving towards the Wanata area. Tornado is still in progress to our last knowledge and could be a strong tornado as well. You need to be in your safe place.
Hey Caleb, there's a dog leg. Do you want to check out just west and north of Crawfordsville, south of Lafayette? I don't think it's on the ground. I don't see a debris ball there, but that has a nice dog leg there by Wingate to be exact. This is what I'm talking about here. This is a dog leg indentation here, south of Newton over Wingate. When you see it kind of curving at itself right there, that usually means some rotation is evident. So Linden, Romney, New Richmond areas, and downstream north of Crawfordsville, Colfax, Mulberry, Frankfort, and Thorntown is heading your direction. Be mindful of that. It's currently tornado warned. Like I said, though, I don't see anything that indicates that it's on the ground. I don't see a debris ball yet, at least, but that is over Wingate currently. I'll track that here as this continues east.
Yep, currently waiting on our next scan to come in. Our last known location of this tornado is near county line on the LaPorte-Porter County line, just northwest of La Crosse, coming very close to the Wanata area in LaPorte County. This is southeast or southwest LaPorte County, moving east at about 30 miles per hour. Large tornado in progress. Moving back a little bit further south here, some rotation just to the outside of Madairyville and Francisville. A nice little bit of a brief area of rotation just northeast of Rensselaer. That's going to come pretty close to Madairyville under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, tornado warning just off to your west for these areas of spin. Go ahead and go back down here to west central Indiana near the Linden and Newton area under a tornado warning for 5 more minutes here. See if one gets extended a little bit further east. A little bit of a notch there, some broad rotation just to the east of Newton. Otherwise, severe thunderstorm warning for winds up to 70 miles per hour, 7-0. This is for this entire line has winds capable of 60 to 70 miles per hour with the possibility of a brief spin-up tornado. And back up here to northwest Indiana towards Chicago, tornado warning in effect for the Oaklawn and Hammond areas. Once again, the worst of this storm, though, it may clip the Hammond area or Whiting area, but the worst of it does look to go over Lake Michigan. We'll keep an eye on that. Back up here in northwest Indiana near the Wanata area. There's still a debris signature on radar just to the south of Wanata. If you're in Hanna, Indiana, Wanata, I hope you're already in your safe place in Wanata. If you are in Hanna, Indiana, you need to be in your safe place now. Same thing with Kingsford Heights. Be heading there at this point in time. Had to get a drink of water there. Excuse me. So debris signature just to the south of
A new
Wanata.
tornado warning has been issued.
And we have a new tornado warning incoming for LaPorte, St. Joseph County. So maybe having a downstream warning coming here momentarily on your stream. Tornado does appear to be still
A
in
new
progress, and we have a
destructive severe
destructive
thunderstorm
severe
warning has
thunderstorm
been
warning.
issued.
And that is for Lake County. This is for northwestern portions of Lake County. We'll see it pop up here. That's for 80-mile-per-hour winds. Destructive is a level 3 out of 3 in our severe thunderstorm warning scale, which is a step higher than considerable. We have baseline at 60 or 58 miles per hour, considerable at 70, and we'll go destructive at 80 miles per hour. And that is for, I did mention it may clip Hammond and Gary, Indiana. So areas just northwest of Hobart under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for winds up to 80 miles per hour. The strongest winds, Blue Island coming through Chicago right now, South Shore and Dalton. We have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that is 80 miles per hour associated with that. Kind of in between radars here on this storm. I'm going to try to switch some things around. Debris ball still in progress there just to the south of Wanata. That's as of 9:24 p.m. So 4 minutes old now, waiting on the next scan to come in. Just kind of going back and forth between radars here. Not really sure which one's the best at the moment as we have that radar gap there. We're a little bit further than from the radar here at this location, but there is still debris in the air south of the Wanata area as of 9:26 p.m. on the Chicago radar. So if you're in Hanna, Indiana, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. And go ahead and switch radars back for the St. Joseph and northern LaPorte County. Tornado warning in place. This is radar indicated, by the way. Still could have a couple brief areas of broad rotation here. One near the New Buffalo area coming into Three Oaks. You can see some reds and greens holding hands there. And perhaps maybe another one near Rolling Prairie, perhaps. But a nice leading edge of straight line winds here. Perhaps 60 miles per hour. Going to be coming into northwestern St. Joseph County, northern LaPorte County, moving into Berrien County, Michigan. And back down south, still waiting on the next scan to come in. About 3 minutes old here. A debris signature just to the south of Wanata.
Warning has been issued.
And looks like they issued a downstream warning. Be down in here. We'll see it pop up here. That is for Clinton, Montgomery, Tippecanoe. That is right in this area, right in here for this line of severe storms near the Lafayette area for the leading edge here. Could be a downstream warning here for the Linden circulation. See where that auto-populates in momentarily. And there it is. Yep, it's for that circulation right there coming into Linden. This is radar indicated. We'll go ahead and turn on reflectivity here to show you kind of what that looks like. You can see all these little kinks in the line, these little bow echoes, and you can see the hook on radar just outside, right over New Richmond, actually, coming into the Linden area. A nice area of rotation there. So do be on the lookout for a possible tornado. Radar indicated rotation there. Going back up here to Porter County, Indiana, we have that PDS tornado warning still in effect. Observed tornado tag. We still have that debris signature just to the south of Wanata. Going to be getting pretty close to the West 1350 South and 1300 South and US 30. Waiting on the next scan. Likely the debris signature somewhere be right up in here, just south or perhaps just east of town. We'll have to see if that continues moving north with it. Last known position of the debris ball is just south of Wanata, likely just a little bit further north and east of the previous location here at this current time. PDS tornado warning continues for an observed tornado. And we have a very large severe thunderstorm warning now issued for the Winnemac, Monticello area. 70 mile per hour. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Winds up to 70 miles per hour. And a large baseline severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible, including western Howard County, all the way down just north of Greencastle, Indiana, for this line moving east. Coming back up here north, we have the 928 scan. Possible debris signature still there. Kind of hard to tell. We're a little bit further from the radar here. Let me use a couple different radar products here behind the scenes just to look at that a little bit differently here. it's inconclusive if that tornado is still on the ground or not. Treat it as if it is still on the ground, but a little more inconclusive at this point in time, a little more less defined than what it was a few moments ago. And I'll show you what I mean by that. If we track it back, let me zoom in a little bit closer here for you. As we zoom it back here, you can see a very large, watch this circle right in here. This is the debris ball at 9:18 p.m. And as we play it out, you can see it gets a little bit smaller and then it kind of goes away. It's right here. It's kind of hard to see, just south of Wanata at 9:28. And as we move it forward one scan, perhaps a little bit of debris still just west of Hanna, just south of US 30. So it could still be on the ground. And we need to treat it as such, perhaps right in here, perhaps just south of US 30. Could be still a little bit of debris signature still on radar there. Still a PDS tornado warning for an observed tornado just south of Wanata, Indiana, moments ago. But you can see that debris signature is not quite as large as what it was, but it could be still there. Go ahead, Ryan.
Two things. If you live up in Hammond, Whiting, Gary, you guys are about to get rocked by upwards of 80-mile-per-hour winds. There is a big squall line. What we originally predicted to impact is now moving in. All this stuff ahead of it was all kind of prefrontal. Now we're getting the actual line. So again, 80-mile-per-hour winds for the Gary and Hammond area. Second thing, further south, down by the Linden area between Lafayette and Crawfordsville, there is a nice dogleg feature on radar here that is over Linden. That is rotation. It is currently tornado warned. However, I do not see anything that is on the ground at the current time. If that changes, I'll let you know. I'm watching it, but right now it appears just to be tight rotation. Not even tight rotation, just appears to be rotation in general, and we'll be tracking that here as this line progresses to the east.
Yep, thank you, Ryan, for that quick update. Don't want to leave anybody out. A lot of moving parts here tonight in Indiana, and our severe weather threat today is really materializing in Indiana. We knew we had the ingredients today. Guidance was kind of up in the air exactly what scenario was going to play out today. We kind of had a good mixture of both scenarios playing out today. We've had a tornado risk and a straight line wind risk here today, and we tried to communicate that the best we could here today with a little bit of uncertainty in there as well. But nonetheless, our severe weather risk is definitely there here today in the state of Indiana.
Hey,
Back
Caleb?
to our PDS tornado warning in northern Indiana. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, with that, there is as of 7 minutes ago, a emergency manager reports a tornado touchdown confirmed via EMA. That was as of 9:28.
On our PDS tornado warning.
Correct.
Yeah, as of 9:28, we had a debris signature on radar still. I'll go ahead and turn on our debris tracker back on here. Maybe. Oh, I have this open. That's why.
I personally don't see it.
A little more ill-defined at the moment. If I back this up, I'll zoom in and so we can talk about it here with you about what we're looking at. A good example would be right in here, just east of Malden. You can see this bright circle here. This is where the tornado was at 9:18. As we fast forward to 9:28, where that report was, here's 9:28 p.m. A little bit of debris signature perhaps right in here. As you back it up, you can see it actually move right in here, just south of Wanata near US 421 at 9:28 p.m. Fast forward, that debris signature maybe a little bit still there, but some of that could be fallout as well. Debris that was previously lofted that is now trickling down or falling back down. Could be leaves, lighter debris that has been lofted and it's taking its time falling back down to the ground. When debris gets lofted really high, it's turbulent. So some of that debris gets stuck up into the storm's updraft, such as leaves, light roofing materials and other debris, paper, plastic, etc., trash. And that can stay in the air for some time, and that can fall back down as fallout, and you can still see that kind of a broad area on our debris tractor as that stuff is just kind of floating in the air, trickling its way back down to the ground as gravity tries to pull it back down, but the winds are turbulent, so it gets lofted and kind of rolled around and moved around within the storm. And some of that, I think, Ryan, is what we're seeing here. If I go ahead and circle that here, right in here, some of this, I think, may just be, there's our debris ball at 924, and then you can just see how it just kind of fans out. Some of that may be
Right.
fallout, and some of that just may be clutter. But it's not definitive if our tornado is still on the ground. I'm leaning towards it has lifted at this point in time, but we do need to take it seriously and still treat it as if there is still something on the ground. There may still be some stronger circulations near the surface that the radar is just overshooting. So we do need to be mindful of that. Turning back on our radar, our reflectivity here. I want to go back up here to Northwest Indiana, to Hammond in Indiana in particular. If you're in Hammond or Whiting, you're just getting absolutely rocked right now. In fact, let me go ahead and turn on my marker here. 90 miles per hour, 86 miles per hour, 89 miles per hour, and this is a couple hundred feet off the ground. This is not that high off the ground on our radar here in Chicago, Illinois. 80 plus mile per hour winds are coming into Hammond, Indiana, and Whiting, Indiana, in extreme northwest Indiana and Lake County. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect here. Just extremely powerful winds, a couple hundred feet off the ground. So if you're in the Hammond area, Gary, Indiana, and Whiting, Indiana, be prepared for some significant straight line winds moving into northwest Lake County. Radar is estimating close to 90 miles per hour. There's 93 miles per hour, just a couple hundred feet off the
A
ground.
new tornado warning has been
Also,
issued.
before we cover that new warning, down by Linden is getting tighter as well. That's getting up toward Colfax, west of Frankfurt. That is getting a little bit out of my comfort range there for what I want to see on velocity.
Yeah. You can see a nice hook echo still on radar coming into the Colfax area. We'll go ahead and turn debris tracker on just to take a look at that to make sure there is nothing on the ground. I don't see anything yet, but the area of rotation is near 1,000 north right now, crossing 450 east. And so just a couple miles southeast of Clark's Hill is where this rotation is. Likely going to come very close to the Jefferson area and Colfax area, crossing I-65 here momentarily. But that is a decent area of rotation. And these, what we call mesovortices, can spin up very, very quickly. They're known for producing quick spin up tornadoes and oftentimes in between radar scans as well.
New tornado warning incoming for Carroll County. No surprise there. It's going to be Lockport, Rockfield, and the Climbers area. It's going to be just south of Monticello, heading up toward Logansport. Take my screen there for a second. It's going to be for this cell up here. Get the right radar pulled up. I guess it doesn't really matter. It's kind of between the two radars. This is going to be this area down by Monticello, Yeoman, and Delphi, in effect until 10 p.m. Eastern Time. So if you're in Logansport, you're not in the warning yet. Don't be shocked if you get added in here in a few seconds. This is a very powerful squall line, at very least producing a lot of damaging wind. A lot of these severe warnings in yellow are considerable severe warnings. So basically what it communicates is along this line, winds could be between 60 miles per hour upwards of close to 70 miles per hour. I think the most concerning thing at the current moment, Caleb, is going to be the LaPorte cell, but also it's heading in toward Hammond and Gary right now. As Caleb was, as he was alluding to a few minutes ago, there are winds here upwards of 80 to 90 miles per hour currently. Radar estimated winds over the Whiting and Hammond area. So if you're in downstream in Gary, Hobart, Griffith, and Portage, you guys just got rocked by a large tornado earlier in the Hobart area. You have more intense winds coming in there right now. So be mindful of that.
Absolutely. And I want to draw your attention, Ryan, back to Colfax, Indiana. I don't see anything on debris yet, but VROT is increasing in that location.
Yep.
So if you're in Colfax, Clarks Hill, Frankfurt, Indiana, interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. You need to be sheltering anyway for straight line winds, potentially up to 70 miles per hour, 60 to 70 miles per hour. There's a pocket here just northwest of Darlington, close to 70 miles per hour, just on the south side of the couplet there. Otherwise, widespread winds of around 60 miles per hour. But there's an embedded pocket on the south side near Linden, Indiana, 550 north to 1,000 north, just northwest of Darlington, possibly coming into Darlington, where there's some very strong winds here. All this bright blue, almost turquoise on your screen is 60 plus mile per hour winds. And actually, let me get the measuring tool out. Yeah, about 73 mile per hour winds on the south side of the couplet here. So if there's not a tornado on the ground, these mesovortices are also very efficient at pulling down straight line winds down to the ground. Even if they don't go on to produce a tornado, they are very effective and very efficient at enhancing straight line winds on the south side of that couplet. So prepare for very strong straight line winds. If you are just north of Darlington and even in Darlington, 60 to perhaps even 70 miles per hour, mixing their way down to the ground. Prepare for a possible tornado first and foremost, but you should also be sheltering for very strong straight line winds within this portion of the line as well. So very strong couplet there along the leading edge, moving towards Colfax, Indiana, just to the east of Linden. And we'll go ahead and get a forward motion on this. This is moving east at 60 miles per hour. Oftentimes, these storm complexes move a lot faster than our isolated storms do. They have a lot more mechanics to back them up. They have a lot more wind shear associated with them as well to help move them along very efficiently. This is going to be a fast-moving complex as well across central Indiana. And I do want to give a zoomed-out view here. I don't want to leave anybody out. We'll go ahead and take one screen back and reflectivity back to show you what it looks like region-wide. If you're in the Terre Haute area or south of I-70, have a little bit of time before these storms reach you. It is uncertain how strong these storms will be on the southern end. More of perhaps maybe a gusty wind threat and flash flood risk with these tail end Charlies here, these storms on the southern end of this line. A few of them could be severe with damaging winds, but the tornado risk, I feel, is lower with these down here and higher across central and northern Indiana, primarily north of I-70. I want to go back up here to northern Indiana to our PDS tornado warning, which is still in effect. We'll go ahead and take dual screen back to take on our velocity. Very strong straight line winds coming in the Kingsford Height right now. The good news is there's some broad rotation there, but it has a little more ill-defined. It could be cycling, but there could be some rain wrap rotation there near the Kingsford Heights area, right near Kingsbury. Right in here, you see some reds and greens holding hands. So there could be an area of rotation developing right about there near Kingsbury, Indiana, Kingsford Heights, US 6, and US 35 at that interchange there, just to the west or east of Wellsboro. Area of rotation sitting right in there. That's going to come near Stillwell and Fish Lake. Area of rotation there. Our tornado warnings up here further north. Northern LaPorte County, as well as St. Joseph County. There we go. Northern LaPorte County just expired. Glad to see that. Northern St. Joseph County, area of rotation, broad rotation at best, is near Berrien County, Michigan. So may see that trim back here momentarily, but we're going to have to watch this area near Kingsford Heights to make sure that does not intensify further. I want to go back up here, though, to Lake County, Indiana. These are just... Whiting is just getting...
A new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
Hammered right now. 80 plus mile per hour winds on radar here coming through Whiting right now, coming into Hammond, Indiana. This is just such a powerful storm. And in fact, Ryan, do we have, let me see if I have, do we have Wells Street Beach camera pulled up?
Both Gary and Dyer cams are offline due to power.
Out of power?
Due to power, yep.
Okay. A shout out to our camera sponsor, Wells Street Beach. We have a camera in Gary, Indiana.
Issued.
But the thing with cameras, they need Wi-Fi and power to work. So without those two things, they do not work. I wouldn't be surprised to see a rapid rise in lake waters along the beach here with this amount of wind here. When that happens, we call that a meteotsunami. That's not seismic related. It's kind of like storm surge, where you have really intense winds kind of push the lake waters. Lake Michigan, the Great Lakes are whole, are like bathtubs. The water is easily sloshed back and forth. And when you get really intense winds like this, you can actually slosh that water to one side of the lake and then it'll slosh back. Oftentimes in the middle of these storms. So you may see some lakeshore flooding here. if these winds continue along the southern edge of Lake Michigan. So also keep that in mind if you're near the shore. Hopefully you're not on the beach and you're taking shelter, but do keep that in mind if you are near that area as well. Area of rotation near Kingsford Heights continuing. Let me go ahead and use IWX's radar here to get another look at that. A little bit of rotation here still south of Kingsbury, Indiana. And go ahead and turn on our debris tracker here. I don't think I see anything on it. I don't see any debris on here, which is good news, but there is some rotation just south of Kingsbury near Kingsford Heights, moving northeast. But currently I do not see anything on the ground. PDS tornado warning does continue for another 27 minutes here. I currently do not see anything on the ground. Hopefully that trend continues. But either way, plan for really strong straight line winds here near Kingsford Heights, close to 60 plus miles per hour, right in there with that storm.
Wait, okay, what, you got a copy?
I cannot
Go ahead,
copy it right
Clayton.
now.
I am not in Indiana streaming tonight. I'm still streaming for Michigan Storm Chasers, but I am in South Bend. Just getting ready to be hit by the line.
Currently watching this rotation here near Colfax, Indiana, moving near the Frankfort area, Thorntown area, and Antioch, Indiana area. State Road 38, nice little couplet there. Currently don't see anything on our debris tracker, but a nice couplet there. Wouldn't be surprised to see a downstream tornado warning issued for the Kirkland area, Sheridan area, Kempton, or maybe even Cicero area. I don't know if it would include Tipton County, but may see a downstream tornado warning on that if that continues to move east. Wouldn't be surprised. Getting close to the edge of the warning box there. A nice area of rotation near Thorntown, getting ready to cross I-65. So be on alert for a possible tornado warning extension if this continues near Kirkland and Franklin. Perhaps Kempton, Indiana, and Sheridan, Indiana, also be on alert there downstream from that area. This is south and east of Lafayette. If you're behind this line and this line has pushed through, your severe weather risk, while not over for the night, should be much lower at this point in time.
Hey, Caleb.
Yes.
There has been a extension of a watch. It is a severe thunderstorm watch, and that is for central Indiana. And that includes places just south of, or just kind of, if you guys know where Savannah, Ohio is, up by the Bluffton area, down in toward the Seymour Versailles area, back down through about the Terre Haute area. So central Indiana
area
now.
South of I-70 from, does not include Vincennes, but from the Bloomfield, Bloomington, Greensburg, and Brookville, Indiana, all under a severe thunderstorm watch. Does include the Muncie, Indiana, Anderson, Indianapolis also included in the severe thunderstorm watch, and Terre Haute. Areas along and south of I-70 now in a severe thunderstorm watch.
I do have that pulled up here. I will go ahead and display it. This is going to be the yellow area. The yellow area from Muncie to Richmond down here toward the Greensburg, not including Versailles, but it's the county above it, over to Columbus, Bloomington, Indianapolis downtown, surrounding areas like Fishers, Noblesville, back down here to Martinsville, Bloomington, back down through Terre Haute and Sullivan areas. Vincennes is not included, but it's kind of surrounded by watches here, as we have one to the west and one to the north. So you guys are now under a watch. That watch is mainly for winds up to 70 miles per hour, but there is also potential for a weak tornado as this line continues to progress to the south and east. This is playing out exactly how we forecasted, Caleb. We forecasted this line to start weakening by the central Indiana area, and we're starting to see a weakening trend for areas further south at least, which is good news, but the risk obviously continues.
Yeah, absolutely. Still watching the area of rotation near the Colfax and Thorntown area. We have a mesovortice there, which is a line of rotation there along the leading edge of this thunderstorm here. I'm checking a couple radars here behind the scenes just to look at it a little bit more. It is still there. Still wouldn't be surprised to see a downstream tornado warning on that, or they may leave it at tornado possible. That'll be up to the discretion of the National Weather Service in Indianapolis, Indiana. Using a couple different radar tools here behind the scenes. We use many of them to give us different looks here at these storms. And I want to give an update on northwest Indiana. For the Hammond area under that destructive severe thunderstorm warning, the strongest winds, let me just get rid of debris tracker. We'll turn on reflectivity here where our rain is. The strongest winds have now pushed offshore right along the immediate lakeshore here. Some very strong winds. Could have some lake water pushed ashore as well. Would not be surprised to see some increased lake water here. You can see how these winds have just grazed northwestern Lake County here from Hammond, Whiting, just to the west of Gary, Indiana. So it looks like the strongest winds just barely missed Gary, Indiana, and they're now currently offshore. So if you're in northern Porter County or LaPorte County, be on the lookout for these winds as they may come back ashore across northern Porter County. So if you are in, let's say, Chesterton, Michigan City especially, be on deck for this. We could have 80-mile-per-hour winds coming on shore, or coming offshore pretty soon. Here in about maybe about 15-20 minutes here for Michigan City. Have to keep an eye on that. Back up here in northern Indiana, broad rotation continues near Kingsford Heights and Fish Lake. Have to watch this area. Currently, this is rain wrapped as well. You can see a little bit of inflow notches here. So it's trying to rotate, trying to organize once again. Hopefully, it stays a little messy and we don't see anything on our debris tracker. Let's double check that here. I do not see anything on it. This is just clutter, likely a gust front associated with that, moving into Fish Lake there. Hopefully we don't see anything up here on that.
I want to switch attention very quickly down toward Frankfurt. We have a rotational piece down here by Antioch. Frankfurt area is moving toward Kirkland and Hillsburg. A new tornado warning has been issued. It extends all the way down toward Tipton and Elwood areas. Arcadia, Atlanta, Kempton, and Kirkland are all included with this. Radar indicated rotation until 10:30 p.m. So take cover now. This is a rotation over here by Antioch, about to cross State Route 39. Again, this little indentation here, a little dogleg we call it, is what we're watching here for rotation, and the reds and greens coming together right there. This is the old scan. We'll wait for the new scan to pop in here. We'll check the debris tracker as well. Currently don't see anything down the ground on the debris tracker, but it is worth monitoring very closely here if you live in Antioch, Kirkland, or anything downstream here in the Tipton and Frankfurt area in this red polygon. There's your new scan. Again, looks like it's broadened out just a bit. Let's check our debris tracker again. And looks like it's lagging behind just a little bit here. But we will wait for it to pop in. While we do that, we're going to go to the north here. We're going to track out the line as we go from north to south here. We do track several of these lines of storms. Considerable warning coming in.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Also want to take note for LaPorte and St. Joseph for the considerable warning there. Otherwise, we're tracking intense winds, probably moving to Logansport at very least right now. Check out the SRV on that. Looks like it's pretty hefty winds moving in to town there. I see what you're talking about, Caleb. We'll have to keep an eye on that a little bit more closely. We'll take it off the...
It's a really nice hook if you turn on reflectivity. Just south of Lacraine, we're watching perhaps a mesovortice there that we're going to have to keep an eye on, maybe some broad rotation within that. Just to the north and west of Logansport near Royal Center. Going to be coming near the Lacraine area, or is that Lacraine or Lucerne?
Lucerne.
Lucerne. I apologize for whoever lives there. Lucerne, Indiana, and 12 Mile.
I also want to take note further north as well. Take back my radar. We have a new considerable severe warning in effect for the LaPorte County and what other county was this? This was what did I say, Stark? St. Joseph and LaPorte County. This is going to be in effect until 10:45. This storm has some really gusty, it looks to be RFD, rear-flank downdraft winds, moving up toward Fish Lake. A little bit of rotation in there as well. Not too tight, but something to monitor there. Heading up toward Fish Lake, North Liberty, Walkerton, and eventually in toward the South Bend area. Caleb, check out the Stillwell area up in this warning. It's embedded. It could be more downburst signature, but yeah, we've
been briefly hitting on that a little bit. Maybe some broad rotation. It's right along, yeah, Stillwell and Fish Lake. Yeah, if not broad
Also
rotation,
take-
at least definitely some strong straight line winds there.
Take notice as well. The warning is considerable tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds, but also it is tagged for a possible tornado as well. This is coming out of the PDS tornado warning. So this is the same storm that produced the tornado earlier. So it does have capabilities of continuing that. I do want to take note as well, the squall line moving on Lake Michigan is going to come out the other side here toward Michigan City area here in a few more minutes. So be mindful of that. If you're in Michigan City, Michiana Shores area, this squall line is about to impact you with likely intense damaging winds, perhaps upwards of 60 to as high as 80 miles per hour over the lake, Caleb. We're still getting these pixels here of 97 mile per hour pixels over Lake Michigan. That's likely intense winds. Probably not going to be that strong, but likely between 60 and upwards of 80 possible. Probably going to be right in that range. Coming on toward New Buffalo and Michigan City areas here next 20 or so minutes. Going back further south here, going south to north, looking at these warnings here. There are severe warnings that are in effect further south, but this is more so a wind threat. In fact, Caleb, outflow boundary now visible on radar. The outflow
I was just
boundary.
getting ready to mention that. Yep.
That outflow boundary means storms are weakening, but in the meantime, as this outflow winds push out from a storm, that likely will contain gusty winds. You're going to see the winds before the rain. So this line here that you're seeing on radar ahead of this is all your outflow winds getting pushed out from this storm. This is where your gustiest winds are going to be. So Greencastle on deck, Putnamville, Brazil, down toward Terre Haute, all the way up toward Jamestown, Grovesland, and Fillmore areas. Be alert for some gusty, perhaps not intense, but severe winds possible there. This tornado warning continues for the Antioch and Kirkland areas. Checking out the debris ball, I do not see anything there on the debris tracker. I do not see, the rotation is still pretty interesting looking there, heading toward Kirkland, so be mindful of that. We'll come back to that and track that. Further north, taking a peek back up the northern cells, intense winds likely just impacted Logansport here. There are pixels here in Logansport, Caleb, of 85 to 87 miles per hour off the leading edge of that. So this is a considerable, actually I take that back. The warning is for base 60 mile per hour winds. I would not be shocked if they upgraded that to considerable or maybe even destructive if they feel the need to pull the trigger on that. Further north here towards South Bend and LaPorte, we are tracking.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Was that the one I just mentioned? Was that literally the one I just mentioned?
Yeah, that's down near.
I'm waiting for it to pop in here. I'm pretty sure it's the Rochester area. Maybe this area, Logansport. I'm waiting for the graphic to pop in. Nope, it's down here. Kokomo South.
Howard County would be Kokomo, yeah. I couldn't read the
I
county
thought
on
for
the
sure
warning
that
bar
was going to
from-
be up by, yeah, I guess Kokomo, Tipton County. That makes sense. Okay. Northwood Extension looks like. Radar indicated warning here for the south side of Kokomo.
Actually, it's for a separate notch, Ryan. There's another
I
hook
figured.
echo on radar. Yeah,
figured.
near Michigan Town in Forest, moving just northwest of Kepton. So two little areas of rotation there. And these are very common on the leading edge of these MCS complexes, these lines of storms. Area of rotation right over Michigan Town. Going to be moving near Forest, Sharpsville, Center, and Greentown. Interior room away from windows.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Elkhart, St. Joseph, 70 mile per hour winds possible there. I also want to take attention back toward the LaPorte cell. The rotation on that appears to be broad, but the winds on it are really intense here. I'm getting winds upwards of 65 miles per hour showing up here on the radar in the Fish Lake area. We'll back out of here though. A new warning incoming for this Elkhart South Bend area. There it is. It's going to be include downtown South Bend, downtown Elkhart, mainly for the cells up in Michigan, but it is extending further south toward the North Indiana area for considerable winds, upwards of 70 miles per hour, and a possible tornado as well. So be mindful of that if you live in South Bend, Elkhart area. Back to you, Caleb. My computer's lagging a bit.
Yeah, mine was just doing the same. I had to reload our radar software here. Wouldn't be surprised to see a downstream warning here if these winds get closer to the Michigan City area.
Yeah, this is
Here in northern LaPorte County, Indiana, could have some very intense winds coming on shore there here in a little bit. Let me get that pulled back on here. Here we go. See really strong winds here just offshore of Porter County over the Lake Michigan here, and could even have maybe even perhaps a water spout occurring here coming onshore in Berrien County, Michigan. Would not be surprised to see that. A little bit of hook there and a little bit of some rotation there in the northern end of the line. Would not be surprised to see a water spout there. And coming back on north to our severe thunderstorm warning in LaPorte County and St. Joseph County. Some broad rotation here, but the good news is it's broad. Notice the shape of this storm here. Less of a supercellular shape and more of a bow echo. There still could be some embedded rotation here, but this really signifies intense straight line winds of up to 70 miles per hour and perhaps even a little bit stronger in Fish Lake. A really intense rear inflow jet on this section of the line here on this storm, pulling down some potentially significant wind gusts in the Fish Lake, North Liberty area. Really signifies straight line winds versus a tornado at this point in time. And some of those winds could be very impactful there coming into St. Joseph County. A little bit further south to our 2 tornado warnings. We have one area of rotation near the Kirkland area. This is a more defined area of rotation. A nice hook echo here along State Road 38. And another small little mesovortice near Michigan Town, just north of Hillsburg. Turning on our debris tracker associated with that. I don't really see anything other than you can see some air being pulled in and the rain coming out on the south side. You can see your inflow notch there associated with this tornado warning. But I don't see any debris on the ground, but don't let that fool you. These mesovortices, as we call them, embedded circulations, are notorious for producing quick spin-up tornadoes that can go oftentimes undetected by radar. They touch down, they lift, sometimes faster than what the radar beam can make a full revolution and come back. So these can happen very, very quickly. The further south you go, good news. We have an outflow boundary developing here. You can see that little line extending out ahead of our storms. So the gust front is out ahead of these storms coming into Greencastle, Terre Haute right now. And this is likely going to turn into more of a flash flood and heavy rainfall risk on the southern end of this line versus widespread severe weather. So these tail end Charlies here, we may see a little bit. Let me, I'll back play it here. Notice the difference in motion here as we play here. You have the leading edge of this line moving more east-northeast, but the southern end of the line is a lot slower, and it's moving more right to left. You have a lot of these storms training and following each other, and that could lead to more flash flooding and heavy rainfall. And notice all these green boxes in Illinois. These are all flash flood warnings and flood advisories in this area to promoting that heavy rain associated with it. And also have a couple areas of rotation, broad rotation, coming into the Royal Center area and Logansport area. A lot of kinks in the line up in here. So we have some weak areas of rotation near the Buffalo area as well. Nothing that screams an imminent tornado, but this whole warning is warned for a tornado possible. So it has that built into the severe thunderstorm warning. While the rotation may not be strong enough for a tornado warning, there is broad rotation there. And for that reason, for the possibility of spin-up tornadoes, the National Weather Service is putting tornado possible tags on our tornado warnings. And actually, Ryan, we have a CC drop now. We have a possible tornado on the ground on one of these. It is not loading. Near Mexico, Indiana, south of Rochester. North of Peru, we have a tornado on the ground. I'm trying to get it. Oh, that's because I'm way back here. Right in here, tornado is on the ground on 12 Mile, coming near Mexico. Debris ball on the ground there. You can see it touchdown just southwest of 12 Mile, and it is growing in intensity coming into 12 Mile right now. This is a QLCS spin-up tornado in progress.
Needs a warning on it now.
It'll likely get a warning here soon. This is just how fast these tornadoes can touch down and spin up. But if you're in Miami County, northern Miami County, southeastern Fulton County, tornado is on the ground, is in progress. This is going to come near Macy, Denver, and Mexico. We have a TDS, a tornadic debris signature, and a pretty solid one at that. This is a tornado in progress moving into northwestern Miami County and extreme southeastern Fulton County and northern Indiana, north central Indiana. We have a tornado on the ground. This is crossing State Road 25, or State Road 16 rather, just east of State Road 25, just west of Denver, moving over 12 Mile right now. Tornado is on the ground, is in progress, and you can see that debris signature. You can see where it started, just how fast it spun up, where you go from nothing, tornado, and a bigger debris signature right there. So we need a tornado warning on this right now. We have a tornado in progress here. Tornadic debris signature, 12 Mile in Mexico, coming into Denver County. Not Denver County, Miami County, near Denver. This is north of Peru, impacting State Road 16 right now, going to come US 31 near Denver and Macy. If you're in northern Miami County, extreme portions of southeastern Fulton County, interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. This is a tornado in progress here along the leading edge of the line, likely a rain-wrapped tornado. You're not going to see this tornado coming. It is embedded within the line here. Even though velocity does not look that impressive, that's just how fast these tornadoes can spin up and how shallow the areas of rotation can be. And really surprised there's still no tornado warning on this, Ryan, if I'm being honest with you. Okay. It is weird for a TDS. Now, clearly tracks there, likely tornado in progress here. You can see that track there. Wait for the next scan here. It's likely going to be near US 31, north of State Road 16. So it does have a tornado warning on it now. Southeastern Fulton County and northern Miami County. It does include Wabash County as well under this tornado warning. But we do have that tornado debris signature there. Debris ball is on radar. Near 12 Mile, likely a little bit east of there now. So a little bit of a fan out there. Hopefully that's just fallout, maybe a brief touchdown there. You can see how that fans out. But there could still be on the ground. We'll just have to keep an eye on that. Also, a little bit of rotation near the Argos area as well.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Near southern Marshall County, near Argos. We have a couplet there. A decent rotation, actually, right in there along the leading edge near Walnut and Tippecanoe. In southern Marshall County, we'll have to keep an eye on that. No tornadic debris signature at this time, no TDS on that. But this line has lots of embedded areas of circulation there. And going back down here to the south, which radar's here, I don't see any indications of anything on the ground currently, but there could be. The example in just north of here, near 12 miles, a good example of just how fast these tornadoes can spin up along the leading edge of these systems here. And the rotation doesn't have to look that strong either. These mesovortices are so shallow, a lot of times the radar overrides the strongest area of rotation. Remember, due to the curvature of the Earth and the angle of the radar, it goes up at an angle away from the radar sites. So the area of rotation may be spinning underneath the radar beam, so it may not be accurately presenting how strong the rotation actually is because it's underneath the radar. So that is something that these squall lines are notorious for.
A new tornado warning has been
And there we
issued.
go. Right on cue. That is for this area of circulation right here. Shout out to the National Weather Service in northern Indiana. They are on it tonight. Got that tornado warning. Should be auto-populating here pretty soon. And likely, I believe it's for this mesovortice here near Argos, coming near the Tippecanoe area, Bourbon, and Etna Green. Should be popping in. There we go. Right on cue there. Just south of Plymouth. I don't see anything on correlation coefficient, or debris tracker, that's essentially showing anything that's not raindrops or uniform size. Raindrops, when they fall, they look like pancakes. They actually fall flat. So anything that's not pancakes will show up as a different color. And not moving down, but moving around, bouncing around, that'll show up as a different color as well. The radar software is really cool. How it can differentiate objects of different size and velocity
Here's right
to show
now,
us that debris.
5 miles.
So a little bit, so maybe some fallout here, just northeast of Fulton. Waiting on the next scan here currently is 1012, 1011. So that is the next scan. You can see that debris ball move northeast. I hear Joel.
Yeah, it's my bad. I got it.
Okay. Joel is our chief meteorologist for MSC in Michigan, but somehow he is making a sneaky appearance in Indiana. Shout out to Joel, working hard up there for our Michigan followers. So possible tornado
right
still
now.
there. So broad area of rotation still right directly over Argos, Indiana right now. State Road 10, US 31, moving northeast. This is going to come close to Bourbon and Tippecanoe, as well as Etna Green, Atwood, Indiana, right in here. You can see that area. In fact, let me, I don't see anything on debris tracker. I'm going to turn reflectivity back on. There you can see the kinks in the line here. All these little notches are little embedded mesovortices within the line. Mesovortice is just a fancy word for an area of spin along the leading edge of a line of storms. And that is what we're looking out here tonight. They form very quickly, and oftentimes mesovortices are very shallow. So you just have to pay really close attention to them, as they can spawn tornadoes underneath the radar and just very, very quickly. And that is something we are watching very, very closely. Up here northern Indiana, St. Joseph County, a very strong bow echo here. This was what's left of the supercell that spawned a very strong tornado earlier this afternoon. PDS tornado warning earlier. It is now straight line wind at this point in time. See a really nice bow echo here from all of the North Liberty. And all these bright greens here are very strong straight line winds, perhaps up to 70 miles per hour. If that continues, we'll see a downstream warning here, likely for South Bend, Gilmore Park, Lakeview, and Wyatt. We'll just have to see if that's a baseline warning or a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That'll be based on measured reports and radar indications as well. We'll have to watch trends there closely. Going back down south towards the line, I don't want to leave anybody out. The good news is, on the southern flank of the line, these storms are weakening. Severe thunderstorm warnings south of I-70 may be far and few between, hopefully. This outflow boundary is pushing away from the storms. That's rain-cooled air, and that's going to choke these storms off. Any tail-end Charlies here may be training showers and thunderstorms on the southern end of this system. These showers and thunderstorms may move over the same area again and again. More of a flood risk starting to develop here from Decatur, Illinois to Terre Haute, Indiana. Something we're going to have to watch for. Greatest tornado threat north of I-70 here this evening through the remainder of the night. And this line is moving very quickly at about 60 miles per hour. These MCS, mesoscale convective complexes, it's a fancy term for a complex, a line of storms, are known to move very, very fast. And it's starting to pick up speed. A very nice hook echo here north of Sheridan, Indiana. Kind of on the Tipton County line here is where this area of rotation is. Kokomo, Indiana, the worst of the straight line winds should be over you and should be passing you right now. Area broad rotation just south of Sharpsville, Indiana. See a little bit of a notch there. More defined mesovortice right here. See a really nice hook echo on radar. In fact, I'm going to turn on our debris tracker here just to make sure I don't see anything on the ground. I don't see anything there. That's good news. This is just clutter up here north of Kempton. The main line is ahead of that, so that is good news there. Coming back up here to northern Indiana near Marshall. Actually, we have TDS. Possible tornado on the ground just northeast of Argos, Indiana. Matches up really well. That's the northern mesovortice here. Likely tornado on the ground moving towards Bourbon, Indiana. If I play that back, it just touched down on the latest scan there. The latest couplet here, if I draw it, let me draw it out here. So this is right in here. You can see that couples really well with your mesovortice. Likely tornado on the ground moving towards Bourbon, Indiana, just north of State Road 10, east of US 31. Tornado is on the ground, causing some damage. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you. I am muted again. I'm just gonna leave that on, and background noise can stay in. Tornado on the ground here, just north of Argos, heading up toward Bourbon. 15th Road, 14th Road, crossroad of Juniper Road. This is heading up northeast toward Bourbon. So if you're in Bourbon, if this is indeed a tornado, it is likely heading directly into Bourbon. Got that, Cam, Caleb?
I do. It's pulled up right now, and I would consider this a tornado personally. I would treat it as such. It matches up really well with that mesovortice. It may be clutter, but I would treat it as such just due to how well it correlates and how fast these spin-up tornadoes can occur. This is our live Bourbon, Indiana camera, courtesy of Bourbon Autonomous Yard Equipment in Bourbon, Indiana. Shout out to them for sponsoring this weather camera. If you're interested in sponsoring a weather camera, feel free to reach out to us. We are looking west here. Look at the amount of lightning that this storm has. These storms are just electric tonight. There's really no other way to put it. And if we were to see this tornado coming, it's likely, one, we're probably not going to see it coming. It's rain wrapped. A lot of these spin up tornadoes along the leading edge are rain wrapped. You don't see these coming. One, it's dark for two, but we are looking west here. So I believe the area of interest is just beyond the trees on the left, if I'm knowing the location here, Ryan, correctly. It would be just to the west and a little bit south of this camera, I think. Kind of behind those tall trees. You can see the rain moving in now, blowing sideways a little bit. You can see the trees really starting to blow now as the gust front is coming through.
Sideways rain.
Yeah, and that CC does continue as it's heading towards Bourbon. It's just west of Bourbon. The CC does continue.
It's hard to depict there.
It is, but it does move. It's very small, but it does move with that mesovortice. So something to note.
New severe coming in for Grant, Huntington, Miami, Wabash. 60-mile-per-hour winds is your hazard for those counties.
Also has a tornado possible tag within that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I
An
mean,
incredible amount of lightning.
Yeah, that looks to be a tornado. It's gonna cross over into Bourbon. That's a lot of wind there. Holy cow! What is on the right side?
I see it there.
Holy cow!
This camera is getting rocked right now.
Holy cow!
Hopefully we don't lose power here for this camera. I think it's just like a street light or something kind of illuminating the rain moving in there on the right side. There behind that small tree.
That is intense.
This is a very intense line of storms moving into Bourbon, Indiana.
Yeah, this means business. Who was that?
I don't know who that was.
Clayton, power flashes in South Bend.
Yeah, likely in the form of straight line winds. There's a really nice pocket of straight line winds moving into town.
Yeah, these winds in Bourbon are probably...
Right at it, you can see them illuminating.
Turn radio off.
These winds here, there's your considerable
A new
warning.
considerable severe thunderstorm warning
The
has
good
been
news,
issued.
though, on the Bourbon cell, the CC is gone in the latest scan there.
Yes. Yep.
I do
But there's a
wanna
nice
take-
pocket southwest of Bourbon, close to 70 miles per hour, Ryan.
I think we're getting that here at the camera. At very least 50 to 60 at very least here, if not over 60. Also, the South Bend downtown, you should be in your safe place as well. We have considerable winds, upwards of 70 miles per hour, moving into that area with that new warning that just came in. So, if you're over there in the South Bend area, please take shelter.
Yeah, and there's actually a new mesovortice, Ryan, just east of Bourbon. It actually likely passed over this camera. We just couldn't tell. But that mesovortice continues. There's just no debris associated with it at this point in time. But that notch does continue, and it looked to go directly over Bourbon. So if they're, that's a good example, visibility just drops immensely when this line moves over. And if a tornado was there, you're just not going to see it. You need to already be in your safe place here. But look at the trees. It's just being whipped as this line moves through Bourbon.
Take back your radar here, Caleb. Or I can take back mine, either way.
So, yeah, I got mine pulled up here.
F11 for me.
Let me just hang on, taking my drawing tool off. There we go. So there we go. So that mesovortice does still continue. A little bit of a notch there, just came directly over Bourbon, likely over the camera that you saw there. Very strong straight line winds impacting our Bourbon weather camera there. Strong straight line winds coming into the Bremen area as well. Maybe a little bit of a notch right there. More straight line winds right in that area as well. Very strong straight line winds. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for St. Joseph County. Winds up to 70 miles per hour. It also includes Elkhart County, Granger, Elkhart, Goshen. And this line of storms moving directly into South Bend means business. Very strong straight line winds here, up to 70 miles per hour, moving into downtown South Bend, Gilmer Park, and Chano Lakes right now. Very, very strong winds up there. I want to move back down the line here. Turn on Indianapolis's radar here. Watching a couple other little notches along the line. Nothing I see on debris tractor at this point in time, but there's a lot of notches up and down this entire line, so we'll have to watch for additional perhaps tornado warnings as this line pushes east. Yeah, a lot of little notches. There's potentially one right here coming into Sweetster, Indiana. A little mesovortice there that we'll have to watch for. Wabash, Indiana. Potentially a little mesovortice right in there as well. Just a lot of these, and this is why we have tornado possible tags issued by the National Weather Service on our built into the severe thunderstorm warnings to account for how fast these notches develop along the leading edge. Just a lot of stuff going on. And there's our mesovortice right there, just to the east of Etna Green. You can see this. There's actually two of them here. If I draw them out, there's one right here and one right here. This might be a little bit old, a little bit ahead of that there. This maybe a little bit behind, maybe about right here now. But regardless of that, a lot of embedded circulations along the leading edge. No, I don't want my marker. There we go. Of these storms. Going back to South Bend, Indiana, this is one of the more intense portions of the line. Probably the most intense straight line wind portion, Ryan, is coming into South Bend right now. Widespread 60 to 70 mile per hour winds moving into downtown, as well as Gilmore Park from Lakeview to South Bend. Very intense winds moving into town. And I'm gonna look at a couple radar things here behind the scenes here real quick. Don't mind me. Also, possible TDS near Wabash. Let me turn on my debris tracker here. That is something I wanted to look at. We'll have to watch this too. Possible TDS just northeast of Bourbon as well.
There you go.
Tornado
But I want to go
warning has
back
been
to
issued.
Wabash, Indiana, right in here. Possible tornadic debris signature just south of Wabash. I'll stick to this one. The possible TDS in Bourbon is in a rural area mostly. But if you're just northeast of Bourbon, possible tornado on the ground. Wabash, tornado on the ground, south side of town, moving over a residential neighborhood right now, or likely just passed over on the south side of town. This is going to move towards Largo. National Weather Service in northern Indiana. I have to tip my hat to them. Big shout out for you guys. They're just as busy as we are, watching the same things we are. and they're doing a really good job of getting the warnings on these mesovortices here tonight. This is for Huntington County and Wabash County. Likely possible tornado on the ground just south of Wabash, crossing State Road 13, south of US 24, moving northeast fairly quickly at 65 miles per hour, Ryan. This line is hauling right now at 60 to 65 miles per hour. Likely possible 2 tornadoes on the ground right now. This possible tornadic debris signature with a little mesovortice right here near 9B, just northeast of Bourbon, north of Etna Green. And a nice mesovortice just shifted to the south too. So have to keep an eye on that. Possible tornado on the ground north of Etna Green, with a tornado possibly on the ground just south of Wabash. Possibly 2, actually a huge debris ball. Huge debris ball now coming into Largo. Wait for the next scan. It has hit structures in Wabash. Wabash hit likely by a tornado. We have a large debris ball now coming into Largo. This may be an observed tornado warning right now. Large debris ball just on the northeast side of Wabash. Wabash was hit coming into Largo and Andrews up deck. Wait for the next scan, but we have a large debris ball in Wabash County, just south of 24. There it is. Large debris ball. Wabash, the south side of Wabash, downtown and south, was just hit by a likely tornado. It is a tornado. This is a TDS coming into Largo. If you're in Largo, interior room away from windows, we have a large tornado on the ground associated with this storm here coming into Andrews, running right along south of US 24. If you're in Huntington, Indiana, interior room away from windows. In fact, let me text someone real quick, Ryan.
Yep. This is going to head up toward Andrews, Huntington, Lancaster, and Lagro areas. I'm getting a text post here out. This is likely a large tornado that is on the ground, has just impacted Wabash, Indiana. There is a tornado that is on the ground likely here via the debris ball. I'm going to take my screen here. This is going to be on the bottom right side. Hold on. There we go. Bottom right of your screen. That is going to be your debris ball hitting Wabash. That big blue dot is your tornado.
Large tornado. Large tornado. Yep, go ahead. I'm sending a guy a text here real quick.
Yep. We know people in this area. We're local to this area. So this is kind of personal to us. We have friends, family, and connections in this area. So we got to make sure they're aware of what's coming as well. This is heading up toward Huntington from Wabash. Anywhere between Wabash and Huntington, inside right now. I expect them to upgrade this to at least a confirmed, if not a PDS. The velocity signature does not look to be that impressive, to be quite honest. So I don't know if they'll go PDFs on it, but at very least a radar confirmed warning, I think is sufficient for this.
Yeah, actually, just sent a text to a local EMA director here, just letting him know. This is on the ground here.
Continues on. This is going to be just south of US 24, heading up toward Lagro. Caleb, Michigan side of things is offline. They're having technical difficulties. Are you ready to take over? Can we stop?
Yeah, if you need to hop over, pull my screen up, and I'll be going here.
No, I got a host, so I got to stop the stream and restart.
Oh.
So
that is
you ready
a bad
to go?
time to do this.
Bad time. Yeah, but they're offline.
I don't have OBS open. Hang on.
A new tornado
so again, this is
warning
going to be
has been
Wabash,
issued.
Lagro areas, heading up toward Andrews and Huntington.
And also a possible tornado on the ground southwest of Napanee as well. TDS signature, State Road 19, just east of State Road 31. Actually, just went away. Good news there, but latest scan, CC still continues. Large tornado on the ground, large debris signature. Largo and Andrews, Indiana, still on the ground, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. If you're in Huntington County, Huntington, Indiana, this is heading directly towards Huntington, Indiana. Need to be in your safe place right now. This is moving northeast at 65 miles per hour.
Caleb, you gotta go. They want us off. I got a host, so we gotta stop the stream and restart.
It's ridiculous. Okay.
Let me know when you're ready to get up.
I have to reboot it.
You're good.
I'll likely need you to host when this line gets to me. I'm going to cut out.
Well, I gotta host Michigan now because both the PCs up there are offline. I don't know what happened. All I know is what I'm getting told. So this is going to be heading up toward Lagro, Andrews, and Huntington areas. This is going to be along US 24, likely a debris ball here. I'm not quite sure why they're not upgrading this to a confirmed. They might think something may not be lining up properly, but this is pretty clear cut on the radar signature. It appears to be that it is on the ground here. So I'm a little bit confused, but otherwise this is heading up toward Huntington and Andrews. Just south of US 24, crossing Baumbauer Road and East Old 24. Caleb, I might be okay to continue here. I was told that they're getting it. I don't know what that means though. But watching behind the scenes, this honestly with the velocity doesn't really line up that great. There's like no couplet here. It's just kind of intense velocity here. So it could also be wind damage, but I don't think so. The way it tracks with this storm, it looks like a very pronounced tornado signature to me. This is going to cross US 24 right now, if it's not already crossing. Just west of Andrews, it's going to head up toward the Huntington area, Bippus, and Roanoke areas downstream here. Again, this is going to be a potential tornado on the ground here in this area. New scan continues. Looks like it could be on the fallout side at this point. Wait for the new scan.
I am missing some docs on OBS on my end.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't have the one where I pull up chasers, but also me.
It's going to be the downstream.
Yeah, I don't have downstream here. It's even checked. Let me uncheck it and start again. Nope, that's not it.
Taking a zoomed out look here while Caleb gets set up there. I want to hop in there and fix it for you.
Yeah, because it's all messed up at the moment.
Okay, then I'll take your screen back. You take back over. Bear with us, guys. We're working on it.
My radar is pulled up right now.
Yep, you got it. I got you.
Okay. Currently, this is a live look in Wabash County, south of 24. Possible fallout here. We have to look here, but the tornado could still be on the ground. These things move very, very quickly along the leading edge, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. This will be coming directly into Huntington County here, probably in the next 10 minutes or so. Moving at 65 miles per hour. It's moving very, very quickly. Waiting on the next scan here to see if it is still on the ground or if it has lifted.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, you look good on my end.
new,
Oh, sorry.
new
never mind. My bad. Go ahead.
Still waiting on that next scan here. I'll switch radars here in just a second. We're working on a couple things here behind the scenes. So bear with us here. We move through some troubleshoot some technical difficulties here. Tornado is still on the ground. It's just south of Andrews, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour per the latest scan. There is still a CC drop there. Likely tornado still on the ground. And this is Wabash County, moving into Huntington County. This is going to come very close to Andrews and Huntington. If you're in Huntington, Indiana, need to be in an interior room, away from windows, lowest level of your home. This is a strong area of rotation, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. Latest velocity scan is quite tight, just to the south of Andrews, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. And that is possible CC drop still on the Huntington Wabash County line. We'll wait for that to update on my end. Going back up here to the north, significant straight line winds coming into Wakarusa here, coming into Elkhart County and southeast St. Joseph County. Very strong winds here associated with this. Coming into Elkhart County, very, very strong winds associated with that. But CC drop continues though as it nears Andrews, Indiana. This is on the Wabash-Huntington County line. Possible tornado still in progress here. I'm surprised it's not radar confirmed. It has been with us here for some time. Here we go. We'll play it back here for you. Possible tornado touchdown 10:23 p.m. south of Wabash, and it has traveled northeast. Large debris signature on the northeast side of Wabash, likely impacting some structures there. And it has continued on and concentrated once again on US 24. It's riding right along US 24. Here we go. Radar indicated tornado warning trimmed back, and this is coming into Huntington County, Indiana. A very tight rotation. The rotation actually looks tighter south of Andrews, but the CC drop is just to the north. So have to keep an eye on that as well. This is moving north and east at 65 miles per hour. Very, very fast storm motions here. A very strong storm moving into Huntington, Indiana. If you're in Huntington, Indiana, interior room, away from windows until the storm has passed. And we have another strong couplet just to the north of this one, right in here, just north of Bippus. We'll have to watch this guy as well near North Manchester. Another strong couplet there on a couple different radar products here we're using behind the scenes.
Hey, Caleb.
As well. And also a new tornado warning now for the Indianapolis area. Tornado warning now for 21 more minutes here, penny-sized hail. Go ahead, Ryan. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. Okay. Because I may need the shelter here in a little bit as well.
Yep, I got you.
Very strong winds. On this tornado warning still in northern Indiana. Going to come very close to the National Weather Service's office here. Look how strong these winds are on radar here, just right next to the office here in North Webster. Very strong winds. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana is going to get rocked here. And also, going just north near the Wakarusa area, very strong winds here as well. Likely 60 to 70 miles per hour. There's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for winds up to potentially 70 miles per hour. Very strong winds coming into Huntington, Indiana. Possible tornado as well. And may have a new... We'll let that go another scan before I say anything up there. Possible CC drop south of Elkhart on St. Joseph Parkway, US 20, northern Indiana. That has just popped up as well. Have to keep an eye on that. Could be clutter, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. Does have a tornado possible tag within this severe thunderstorm warning, but possible spin up there as well. The good news is for Huntington County, this looks to be fallout here. It looks like the tornado may have lifted. There is still some decent rotation near Andrews, Indiana, so it may still be on the ground. But we'll have to keep an eye on that. Either way, radar indicated rotation and winds up to 60 miles per hour and a possible tornado. Some flood advisories getting issued as well. Very, very heavy rainfall associated with these storms as well. Having some radar lag feed issues here behind the scenes, trying to pull up some different products here. Another little couplet near Gas City, Indiana, Upland, Indiana. This would be in Grant County, Indiana. Have to watch that along the leading edge. The overall straight line winds in that area look a little bit less there. As I scroll back up right in here near Gas City and Upland, Indiana, and Grant County, looks to appear to be perhaps a mesovortice there along the leading edge. I don't see anything on debris tracker there, which is good news. But just pockets of very intense winds here coming in to North Webster, Indiana, as well as Elkhart County, Indiana. Just very intense winds near the Wakarusa area, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds there. Moving back further south, another pocket of strong winds moving into South Whitley, Indiana. Huntington, Indiana is about to get rocked, 60 mile per hour winds, if not maybe even a little bit more associated with that. Still maybe some fallout there. I don't know if the tornado is still on the ground or not, but that CC actually, Ryan, does continue. Possible tornado still on the ground just west of Huntington, Indiana, along US 24. That CC does continue on the 1042 scan. Waiting on it to catch up here. I have 1038. You will see that continue. So possible tornado coming into Huntington, Indiana right now. There is a CC drop continuing in Huntington County. So this tornado may still be on the ground. Coming into Huntington County, US 24.
I'm not entirely sure why they're not putting an observe tag on that. I wonder if they think
don't know.
it might be a wind.
It could be.
Or
but the way it matches up with that mesovortice really just screams a spin-up tornado with that. And it should be treated as such. Yeah, I don't know. If you're in northern Wells County, I would watch this pretty closely. If you're in the Zanesville area, north of 224, I would watch that area quite closely as that storm moves north and east. May clip areas north of Markle and extreme portions of northern Wells County. Wells County is an all-siren county, so if we get a little bit of a tornado warning up here, the sirens will sound in Bluffton and Ossian. So just as a heads up, if you're watching from Wells County, Indiana, Wells County is an all-siren county. But possible CC drop there just west of Huntington. Moving back down to the south here, storms rolling into Indianapolis. Don't want to leave anybody out. Very strong winds now impacting the National Weather Service in Indianapolis. Gust front moving right over the airport right now, moving over Speedway and west side of town. 60 mile per hour winds as well as a tornado possible.
I've been watching that closely. I don't see anything really that warrants concern for tornadoes, but definitely some strong winds moving into downtown Indy.
Waiting on the next radar scan here. Good news is the rotation looks to have weakened a little bit coming into Huntington. I don't know if there is anything still there or not. We'll have to wait on the next CC scan here to see that. But you can track this possible debris signature back to Wabash. Possible touchdown there. Big CC drop just on the east side of town. And you can see that move right along US 24. And this could be just some debris, perhaps, just being lofted in the air and just blown in the air as well. The storm's moving east at 65 miles per hour and moving very, very fast. And also, perhaps maybe a little bit of broad rotation near Warren, Indiana, as well.
Hey, Caleb.
Yes.
I'm going to take 1 second here to highlight an area here in that Indianapolis tornado warning. There is perhaps a little bit of a couplet that crossed East Hadley Road at I-70, moved over here toward the Banto Road on the east side, and is now crossing into Canby Road towards Southport and Greenwood areas. If not a rotational couplet, definitely some straight line winds that did impact that area. That's what I wanted to highlight there, and that's off the TIDS radar.
Sounds good. Thank you for that report. Don't want to leave anybody out here, but the southern end of this this line, we are kind of seeing
a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued,
and that is up here in northern Indiana. Mile per hour winds radar indicated, And keep in mind, they're issuing this warning as the winds are going directly over their office right now. And this is for Auburn, Indiana, Ligonier, Albion, Kendallville. 70-mile-per-hour winds, radar indicated. Damage threat is considerable. Still a little bit of broad rotation on the north side of Huntington, but the good news is, Ryan, I really don't see much on CC at the moment, so that is some good news there. Still strong straight line winds coming into town, but overall, Ryan, we're starting to see a little bit weaker on the wind department the further south you go on this line.
Yeah, also, point of reference, they issued that considerable warning as soon as they measured gusts at their office. I am waiting for an official measurement from IWX.
I figured that's what it was there. Also possible a couple areas of rotation here I want to draw your attention to. One near Warren, Indiana, and one near Hartford City, Indiana. I don't see anything on the debris tracker yet, but you can see a couple little notches there just outside of Hartford City.
Caleb?
A little bit of rotation
Caleb.
there. Go ahead.
I believe we have a tornado on the ground west of Bristol, Indiana, way up by the Michigan border.
Let me turn on correlation
Yes, tornado on the
coefficient.
ground, County Road 6 and County Road 17 heading into
Oh, yep,
the
yep.
Bristol area. Tornado on the ground there. Bristol heading up toward Mottville, Michigan. It's going to ride the border here across Michigan, Indiana. Currently in Indiana side, just south of 8090, heading up into Bristol. Bristol will be taking shelter right now. Likely a tornado on the ground there. The debris ball lines up with that couplet there. As you can see on Caleb's radar, I'm going to take mine there just for a second, Caleb, while you do that. This is going to be crossing 17. This is toll English is hard tonight. Toll Road 8090 runs east-west here, and this is going to be just south of it here. This is going to be over the neighborhood of County Road 17. Okay, just updated. Rotational couplet follows County Road 6. It's now over the neighborhoods of, let's get some road names here. These are all like subdivisions, I assume. County Road 21 coming up here. County Road 8 heading up into Bristol. This is a tornado that touched down. Looked like a debris ball being lofted. And there you go. There's your debris ball. Confirmed tornado.
Yeah, large
is
debris
growing.
ball.
Large debris ball in Bristol here. This is going to be heading up
post-
in Bristol.
post is
Please
coming
take
up here.
shelter. What?
I'm going to put a post on it here real quick.
Got it. This is going to be in that area here. Again, your couplet is right here moving to the east. So it's going to impact Bristol. If not go just slightly north, it's going to cut the line very close. So please be taking shelter here downstream. Vistula Street, Vistula proper. Middlebury, I think, is south of that. A concern for that couplet right now. This should continue eastward right along State Route 120 here. If it does continue towards Scott, perhaps Shipshewana.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning
Looks like
has
they're
been
going to
issued.
continue a considerable warning. They're not going to tornado warn this for some reason. They're going to continue a warning on this all the way close to Angola. It includes the Steuben County area, as well as Noble, Elkhart, LaGrange.
A
Marion
new
Johnson,
tornado warning has been issued.
And that is down south towards Indianapolis.
I gotta
They're
that.
continuing that tornado warning down on the south side of Indianapolis towards the Greenwood area. That tornado warning is being extended and continued.
IWX gusted to 75. 75.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay, considerable warning now coming in for Adams, Allen, Blackford, Grant, Huntington, Jay,
Yep.
Wells, and Whitney.
I'm going to go take shelter here and grab the kids here real quick.
Okay, go ahead. So
be
Cameron's
up
going
for
to
a
take
while.
shelter. We preach to you guys all the time to take shelter in the event you go under a warning. We practice what we preach here. So please hinder these warnings, take shelter as you get issued with them as this line crosses the state here. Again, we are tracking a potential tornado that's on the ground. It is currently in Bristol. If it is, hopefully it lifted. It did not lift. That is a debris ball directly in Bristol. There is no tornado warning on this cell either. So again, there is no tornado warning, but this is likely a tornado that is on the ground moving into Bristol as we speak. This blue circle here that lines up with those reds and greens touching, that is a perfect signature there for a debris ball. This is likely on the ground impacting Bristol right now. The good news is the rotation here does not look to be very tight. When I see the brighter reds, brighter greens, there we go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So there we go. Radar confirmed tornado now for this particular cell I've been talking about for the past 5 minutes. This is now radar confirmed courtesy of the North Indiana Weather Office there. So again, this is a radar confirmed tornado warning now for Bristol, downstream areas of Vistula across the 8090 toll road, Middlebury over to Scott. Those are your concerns for that. And that warning is very, very thin. You can barely see it on my radar screen, but you can see it kind of flashing from Howe down toward Bristol, back up towards Simonton Lake. Again, that's going to be a confirmed tornado now, a warning here via the North Indiana Weather Office. I'm going to get that graphic on the page here. So while Caleb takes shelter, we've been tag teaming posts on the page as well as leading the stream here with radar. So I am solo currently, so bear with me. I have to do a couple of other things extra behind the scenes. But we got this covered here, guys. We're going to go south here in just a minute to track everything else on up and down this line. But I do want to keep note here. Latest scan does come in for the Bristol area. I want to check the CC on this. It just went through Bristol. So Bristol took a direct impact from this. It looks like the north side of town here across Shore Manor Drive, County Road 8, likely impacted Bristol here with a tornado on the ground. Let's go further south here. Again, just for reference, if you're Vistula along the 8090 toll road to Scott area, Middlebury, Shipshewana, you guys should be taking shelter for a possible tornado. Zooming out, any yellow box you see is a severe thunderstorm warning with winds between 60 and 70 miles per hour. In fact, some of these could be upwards of 80 miles per hour in some spots. The Indiana Weather Office here, this circle I'm circling here, that office right here measured winds of 75 miles per hour within this line. Going up and down it, these are intense winds here that move up and down. The yellowish tan color indicates these winds are likely 65 plus miles per hour. Looking at the debris tracker, it's going to be very difficult to see debris balls within this line. So bear with me here. I'm probably going to be moving the radar around a lot here up and down this line to track it. Further south here, if you're in Fort Wayne proper, down toward Ossian, Bluffton, Decatur, Bern, Portland, Hartford City, this is a very least intense winds. This is a considerable warning with a tornado possible tag on it, but also we're seeing these greens and reds coming together here in the Paneto, Bluffton area, also down by Hartford City, Nottingham, and Montpelier area. So be mindful of this. There's potential for some spin-up tornadoes within this line here, especially if you're in Bluffton, Decatur, down toward Bern and Portland areas. You guys need to be taking shelter immediately for potential tornado. I don't see any debris signature with those. We'll come back to that. That does look concerning. I don't want to miss that, or I want to come back to that is what I'm trying to say. Further south here toward Muncie, again, intense winds likely incoming. I don't see any rotation with this line. Debris tracker does not show anything either. So with that being said, you guys should be okay there as well. We're going to take Caleb's count off the screen there. Further south we go to Indianapolis. We're going to check this out with the reflectivity. Intense winds probably moving through Indianapolis Metro right now. In fact, there's your winds there. The brighter reds indicating some winds upwards of 60 miles per hour heading into Greenwood. Wanamaker, is that a name? Wanamaker, Beech Grove, Sugar Creek, Bogstown, New Whiteland areas. Further south we go. The further south we do go, the less wind shear that we have. So this line is likely not as strong down here in Martinsville, Franklin, and Bloomington areas. Not to take it away from you guys, but the concern is much higher further to the north here. I want to check out the debris tracker on the Indianapolis cell just to make sure. It's so cluttered, we're probably not going to make anything out with this, unfortunately. But still, there is a tornado warning that's in effect here for Greenwood, Southport, over toward Wanamaker, and down toward the Needham areas there. I do want to take note of a couple things here. Number one, it appears we have an outflow boundary that is starting to come off this line, so we should start seeing the winds push out ahead of the actual rain and precipitation with this cell. I think the focus right now should be on the northern part of this. I want to start back up here. We did have a radar confirmed tornado that impacted Bristol. We're going to check that out once again. The rotational couplet is weaker in nature. We'll check out the debris. The debris tracker is still there. I don't know why it does this. There we go. So this area right here over Vistula Street, if I track it back, there's your debris ball. It impacted Bristol, and it started all the way back here toward the, looks like the County Road 13 and County Road 106 area. It moved up and crossed County Road 17 just south of County Road 6. It moved up to Bristol. It impacted Bristol and now is continuing on the ground here along Vistula Street. So likely it's weaker in nature, but still on the ground here. So downstream areas here just south of Vistula, along north and south of Vistula Street, excuse me, Vistula Street should be taking shelter now. If you guys know anybody in the path of these storms, feel free to share the stream and do me a favor as well. Hit the like button on the stream. It pushes the stream out to people who may not be aware of what's going on. Also, want to take note of what's happening down here. It looks like we have a potential debris ball. I want to check that out. So I don't see a couplet on velocity here, but there appears to be. There's a lot of weird radar outputs tonight that kind of are like, makes you think a little bit. There's no rotational couplet that I'm seeing here. I want to see those greens and reds meeting. I don't see anything there that indicates there could be a tornado, but the debris tracker does line up with potentially something being lofted there. So I'm going to say potentially low end chance there's potential tornado there just on the west side of Fort Wayne here. Again, I don't think it is, but it potentially could be, so I don't want to ignore that. Further south here, I want to take note Montpelier area and Penedo into Bluffton. This rotation continues. It appears to be also weaker in nature, but, excuse me, it is also worth monitoring there as well. I'm going to take our chasers off our screens there. We haven't had any chasers live with us besides Evan and Drew. They're currently in Illinois. So right now I'm going to clear the screen so you guys can see full screen radar with me here as well. So we're going to zoom out here, large scale look of things, take the radar. Good news, I can finally clear some of you guys off. All right, I know it's been an intense night here. It's definitely not over, but we should be clearing the state here within the next hour or two to a point we could wind down our operations here. But if you are behind this line on the west side of the line from South Bend to Warsaw to Kokomo to Lafayette, or points west back toward Gary, Rensselaer, you guys are all clear. Go to bed. It's just going to be rain, perhaps some lightning and thunder there. If you are out ahead of this line, the risk continues. New warning coming in, baseline warning, Decatur, Hancock, Henry, Johnson, Marion, Rush, and Shelby counties until midnight. A very large warning being issued here out ahead of this line. It appears it's baseline in nature, so it's the very, basically the I'm not gonna say the weakest, but I guess it is the weakest. The weakest severe warning you can get, 60-mile-per-hour winds there. We'll see if it does contain a tag on it for a possible tornado. So this is going to be impacting areas like Newcastle, Greenfield, Rushville, Shelbyville, St. Paul, and Morristown areas. Back up here to the north. Okay, yeah, this area up here from LaGrange, Kendallville, up here in the very far northeast corner of Indiana, we have very intense straight line winds showing up here on radar. In fact, up here by LaGrange, Shipshewana, we're getting pixels here in Shipshewana of 101 miles per hour on the winds here. If not 101 miles per hour, we're getting upwards of 70s, low 80s, heading into LaGrange, Howe, Mongo, Wolcottville, South Milford, Orland, and Wildwood areas, all the way up to the Michigan border. These are very intense straight line winds that are packing a punch. So anybody downstream of that warning should be taking shelter immediately. Fort Wayne, let's go back to that potential debris that we saw. Again, I don't know if it is or not. It's just so cluttered here. I'm going to say no. It just doesn't really interest me in terms of a meteorological perspective of debris being lofted. But if you're in Fort Wayne, likely some really strong winds moving through the metro as we speak, and we'll continue next couple of minutes there. Just heard from Caleb. Caleb has lost power. So he is going to be a bit further south here in this polygon for wind. Not surprising. Actually, let's focus on these two couplets here. This one down here by Nottingham and Pennville is a little bit more concerning. And let's back this up here. Yeah, it's not definitive, but we're going to watch this very closely here. A little bit of a dog leg here. About to cross State Route 1 just south of 18 here. Likely, potentially may get a warning on that here if that continues to strengthen. Once this main line clears the state, we'd probably be good to clear a lot of you guys and probably maybe hop off the stream here. What is further south out ahead of this is beginning to weaken here with the outflow boundary. So we should see a gradual weakening trend. So if you're downstream Richmond, Connorsville, Greensburg area, be alert. You do have storms coming in, but I think they're going to start weakening in nature. At very least, contains potential for strong gusty winds, but otherwise, I do think the risk for you guys further south is dwindling just a bit. Focus right now is going to be on the Bluffton area here, as well as the further north you go. Also keeping a close eye here in the Fort Wayne area for some wind and perhaps some weak rotation. But the main concern... Got a chaser in my ear. Copy. Main concerns here, northeast Indiana, where these winds continue to pack a punch, upwards of 60 to 70 plus miles per hour in spots. LaGrange, Wolcottville, Kendallville impacted by them. Let's check out the debris tracker here. Looks like the... why does it do this to me? Bear with me, guys. So it looks like the debris tracker... I mean, there's still actually a debris ball. I think it probably is fallout, to be exact. So when debris gets lofted... There it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I don't think that's a tornado on the ground further north there, but this could be one down here. We were just looking at how this was tightening up on the velocity scan, and there we go. I'm guessing it's probably going to be for the south one here. If in Geneva, Bryant area, this is likely some increasing rotation here. New warning now going to come in for Delaware, Henry, and Randolph counties for 60 mile per hour winds as well. I do want, yeah, there's your warning there here in the Nottingham, Pennville area. Let's get that on the page here. Give me a second. So again, Caleb is in this actual polygon, and he is sheltering in place at the current time. So no surprise there. But he has lost power, so it's just me for now. There we go. Got that on the page. So again, it's going to follow just along State Route 18 right now, heading toward Geneva and Bryant. We have some rotation down there. Also in Bluffton on the southeast side of town near Veracruz. A little bit of weaker rotation, but still rotation here as well. I want to check out the debris tracker on this very closely. Why does it do this to me? There we go. Annoying, but I got this. I don't see debris ball just yet. We'll come back to that, but I do see the dog leg there. I don't like it. Also, a little bit of a weird situation. I'm not sure if this is a glitch or if this is actually legit, but there's a very small strip of this area that's not included in the warning. Noble, Red Key, and Salomonia. I don't see a warning for those areas, but you guys, you should be taking it seriously regardless. Further south here, we have that new warning was issued out ahead of the Muncie area. So be mindful of that. We have winds up to 60 miles per hour possible. I do think this line is weakening as it crosses the Muncie area toward Winchester and Richmond. So I think that's really good news. But we do have some areas of concern up here in the Bryant area. We're going to focus on the northern part of the line, not to ignore you guys further south, but we have some intensification here of this line we're going to keep a close eye on. Let's check the CC on this. Yeah, it's just so hard to tell. Further back north here, let's check out that northern part of this line. So the line is moving into Kendallville, Hudson, Auburn, Angola areas as we speak. again, gusty winds continues over LaGrange, Albion areas, down toward Columbia City. Fort Wayne proper about to be impacted by winds. We have a Fort Wayne camera. I'm not sure I can pull it in because our camera software does like to take up a lot of our computer's usage. So I don't know if it'll let me do it or not. I'm going to attempt to, but I may have to shut it off. So depending on how it acts. All right, there it is. I got the Fort Wayne cam pulled up here. Can I get this? I'm gonna try something here real quick. Cool. I can now toggle back and forth between a couple things here. This is our camera in Fort Wayne, facing to the west, courtesy of High Tech Electric. New warning
A
coming
new
in.
tornado warning has been issued.
I don't want to linger long. Let's go ahead and find out where that's at. Also, keep in mind, the rotation near Bryant is increasing. We'll come back to that. New warning coming in. It's going to be for Shelby County. Let's go ahead and switch to the Indianapolis radar here. This is going to be down, I'm assuming, downstream of this intense pocket of, at the very least, damaging wind. Debris tracker inconclusive on that warning. There's your new downstream warning coming in. So Morristown, Shelbyville, Marion, Linville, Blue Ridge, Fairland, all included in this warning. It's radar indicated as your only hazard with that new polygon. You have wind coming into Fort Wayne now, and yeah, there's actually a potential couplet in here heading toward Fairland. So if you're in Fairland and Marion areas, please be taking shelter. Back up to Fort Wayne, the initial gust of wind is moving through here, and there we go. This is going to be potentially quite intense in the Fort Wayne area, again, courtesy of High Tech Electric. So we have multiple things we're tracking here. While you're watching this on your screen, I'm still watching radar behind the scenes. So I don't see anything too concerning on the debris tracker, at least. But this is going to be interesting next hour or so as this line continues to progress east into Ohio and southeast Indiana. Again, courtesy of High Tech Electric here. This is in Fort Wayne. Copy, Corey. Thank you. Getting reports potentially behind the scenes of damage in Wells County. Unconfirmed on that. We'll have to keep an eye on this. Watching the rotation just north of Portland, heading in toward Geneva and Bryant. The rotation continues. I still do not see a debris ball, which is good news. Checking down in the Shelbyville area, I still don't see anything down there that warrants immediate attention for a tornado. So we'll be mindful of that. But very intense straight line winds, upwards of 65 miles per hour is possible. A couple pixels in there of 75 mile per hour winds as well. The radar is not live. I am aware of that. We are watching the weather camera in Fort Wayne. I will show you guys what the radar looks like here in the Fort Wayne area while this storm moves in. Likely going to be some stronger winds heading into this region, but this is your winds. The brighter reds moving into town here, so be mindful if you live in Fort Wayne. Should be inside away from windows at very least. I don't see rotation on this. It should just be a gusty wind threat here in the Fort Wayne area. Going further north here, I can't say the same for the Angola, Auburn, and Butler areas ahead of this line in northeast Indiana. Very intense straight line winds continue, and there are some instances there of some rotation and some couplets as well. So we have a lot to track here, but the good news is we are about to clear the state of a lot of warnings as this line moves into Ohio. So we are going to continue tracking this. I think we'll be off air in about an hour if I had to guess. So I think that's where we're at in this event. We're nearing the end of it, but what an intense night it's been. Several tornadoes, some intense. If you back up to the start of the stream, we actually started the stream in Illinois with our chaser Cody with a very large tornado that was on the ground there. So that was a very interesting start to our stream. But the good news is this line continues to track east, and we're about to clear a lot of the state out of warnings here very, very soon. So current time as you're watching this is the bottom right of your screen in Eastern Time, 11:11 p.m. It is June 11th, Thursday evening. I am Ryan here with the Indiana Weather Network. Also live streaming and cross-posting to other platforms today as well. So if you want to watch on YouTube, you can find us, Indiana Weather Network, on YouTube, and feel free to tune in there. Yes, I know I'm muted there. I was talking to someone behind the scenes here. New severe warning for Franklin, Union, Wayne, and Fayette counties. The camera in Fort Wayne continues to be gusty, but not intense, just gusty. So we'll see and keep an eye on that. We'll go south with this new warning coming in here. It's a big warning. Baseline 60 mile per hour winds, as well as a tag on it for a possible tornado. So Richmond, Connorsville, down toward Rushville, Batesville, and Greensburg areas. Knightstown, Newcastle, Lynn, and Winchester, all included in that warning. I don't see much. Check out Muncie here real quick. Yeah, Muncie, there could be something just east of Muncie here to keep an eye on. A little bit of rotation showing up there on the radar. So we'll have to come back and track that. This is going to be over Selma, Parker City, farmland areas, moving to the east and a little bit south. So Windsor, anywhere south of this area, and Winchester as well, toward Lynn, should be aware of that. Corey, there is a couplet in Selma. Are you nearby your HQ? What is your current location? There is a couplet in Selma, just to your south. So Corey's actually yeah, it's heading east-southeast, probably going to pass just south of Winchester, just north of Lynn. We'll keep an eye on this. Corey is just north of this. He's going to be center top of your screen there. Copy. All right, back to the radar here. Intense straight line winds continue in toward Marion, Fairland areas just north of Shelbyville. These are winds upwards of 65 miles per hour moving into the area here. This is currently tornado warned. I do think it's more of a straight line wind risk right now, but that tightens up on itself. We could be looking at a bit of a risk there for a tornado or two possible as this progresses to the east. Up here, we just talked about the Muncie area. This is going to be a potential couplet forming there. I want to head north, though. We do have other stuff to track for the north as well. We're going to bounce up and down the line a lot here, guys, so bear with me. From north to south, we still have intense winds heading into our Angola, Fremont, Hamilton, Butler, and Auburn areas. I expect a downstream warning here very soon as this line is about to outrun the warning, so expect a warning here probably into Ohio and perhaps Hillsdale County, Michigan here shortly. Down here to Fort Wayne, we're tracking this line as it progresses up into Fort Wayne. The camera in Fort Wayne also is here, courtesy of High Tech Electric. Again, not seeing too much on the camera that suggests severe is occurring yet, but the worst of the winds on radar are yet to come, so we'll track it and check back in about 2 to 5 minutes. The rotation in the Bluffton burn area, they both continue, excuse me. They both continue, but they're also weaker in nature. Backing this up here, I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. I do not see any debris balls in the past 5 minutes that I missed. So good news is it's about to cross state line and be Ohio's problem. So be mindful of that. The inside joke here in the storm chasing community is Van Wert will always produce a tornado. It seems to happen every year. So what will happen is the line will cross into Ohio and probably produce something near Van Wert. Obviously joking, but it seems to happen that way a lot. Out of the hair here soon there. We'll be able to clear Fort Wayne, Bluffton very, very soon. Hartford City's about to be clear as well, down toward Alexandria and Fishers. We're getting close, guys. We're getting really close here. Just a few, probably 45 more minutes will be clear, more than likely. 66 mile per hour winds in Bluffton recorded courtesy of a roof mounted anemometer from one of our staff members. 66 mile per hour winds. Back to the radar here. As I mentioned, we're about to clear a lot of areas here. Again, the north part of this line is in the last tier of counties, Angola. Like I said, I think a warning should be incoming there for you shortly, as this line's about to move out of the current warnings. I'd expect a considerable warning to be issued very, very momentarily. Intense straight line winds continue on radar here, and there is some instances of perhaps some mesovortices that are in there where kind of some rotation within the line, perhaps up here by Gilead, Michigan. Down here as well by Wildwood. They're not really strong. Hold on, what's this? Hold on, guys. Might have something. Hold on. Believe we have something on the ground here, guys. Potential tornado. This radar is going to make me mad. Potential tornado on the ground here, moving up toward Wildwood area. I want to track this back. I'm going to do a dual pane look. Give me a second to switch out of this. There we go. I'm going to get this. I'm going to flip on the CC. Let's track this here. Yes. We're going to treat this as a tornado on the ground, guys. We're going to treat this as a tornado on the ground. It continues near Wildwood. Switch this back over here. This is going to continue near Wildwood. This is likely a tornado that is on the ground here. Debris ball. West 400 south and crossroad of south 800 west, heading up in toward Angola. This is appearing to be a tornado that touched down back here between South Milford and Helmer area. It crossed between Helmer and Wildwood and continued on. It continues on toward the 400 west 400 south region. So if you live downstream Angola, a new warning was just issued for you guys, a considerable warning with a tornado possible tag on it. This is likely, or was likely, a tornado that is on the ground there. Communicating behind the scenes with everybody. New considerable now coming in.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
This is going to be Adams, Allen, and Jay County. I'm assuming they're extending this into Ohio, and they're probably going to include the eastern half of these counties here as it pushes into Ohio. So again, that's going to be for probably the Van Wert, Paulding, Salina. Yeah, there you go. There it is. So it includes the very far eastern corner of those counties here. Further south, let's start back over here. I want to take a peek at this. Let's check out auto velocity here. Ooh. Interesting. So at very least, Marion, Morristown, Linville, intense straight line winds heading your direction here. The radar indicates winds at this location at 69 miles per hour, heading toward Linville, Morristown, Marion, and if it continues, Arlington, Rushville, and Manila areas. Further south you go, Franklin, Bloomington, Nashville, Columbus area, weaker in nature, not too concerned about that. Further north, we did have a potential tornado on the ground here up in the Angola area. We'll go back to that, check out our debris tracker there. Continues to show a little bit of something there. West 250 south and south 750 west. This appears to be going to the north of downtown Angola, but it does appear that there potentially was a tornado on the ground, potentially is a tornado on the ground at this point, as that lines up with some increased velocity as well. Now, it also could be a wind taking out a barn and kind of lofting debris that way too, but typically straight line wind doesn't really loft anything like a tornado would. So I assume that was a weak spin up tornado. Obviously, there are several of those across the state today. We'll probably have multiple surveys coming in tomorrow from NWS over the next couple of days as well. I know we had at very least 2, if not 3 confirmed tornadoes across northwest Indiana. We've probably seen at least 4 or 5 different CC drops tonight that indicate we could have more spin ups as well. Yeah, I mean, the stuff further south, guys, I know you're asking down my Terre Haute area. There's not really much support for severe weather. I do think there could be a bit of a heavier rain risk down here. We talked about this earlier in our briefing. Could be a heavier rain risk with these storms, but overall severe threat, I think, is a little bit lower further south. So I am confident enough once this Muncie to Newcastle area, once this gets close to crossing the state line into Ohio, I am pretty sure we can end our stream here. We're probably about a half hour away. Back north, though, Angola area. There's no warning yet for the Butler area, surprisingly. Let's check this out. Intense winds continue into Angola. If you are in Angola, the radar is indicating winds potentially upwards of 80 miles per hour here, heading into the Angola region. So be mindful and take shelter up there. This is going to head toward Fremont, York, Metz area as well. This is heading up toward my house if this continues on its current trek. So that'll be interesting as well. Caleb lost power. I don't lose power too. But if I do, we're probably offline for the night. But the good news, though, we got through most of this in one piece. Back further south, intense winds here, about to move into Ohio near the Wilshire area. Looking at the radar, in fact, the winds and the leading edge of this is actually already in Ohio. That's good news. So we can clear more people now. Bluffton, you're clear. Hartford City, you're clear. Alexandria, Fishers, Indianapolis, you should all be clear. Rain and lightning will continue more than likely, but the worst of this line is progressing into Ohio now. Behind it, you are all clear. South of Indiana, I do not want to rule out a severe storm, a stray severe storm, but the key word here is stray. I do not anticipate storms to continue to be severe late into this evening for South Indiana. What you see up here is what you're going to get here. So I think the focus is about to become really smushed down toward the Richmond area as this line progresses to the east. That's traveling at east at 55 miles per hour. This will be out of the state in about probably 30 to 45 minutes and will be down and off air probably by midnight. Checking out a few things for our friends up in Michigan. We have staff in 3 states, Ohio, Michigan, and Indiana, so I'm always keeping a close eye on other things. For right now, though, let's go north to south one more time. Angola, excuse me, Angola about to be impacted by some pretty intense winds, if not already. Anybody in chat watching from Angola, let us know. I'm curious what you guys are experiencing right now. Again, a little bit confused, or not confused, a little bit interested in why they're not warning Butler area. So be mindful of that. No warning here for Hamilton, Butler, down toward the Hicksville, Ohio area, but this line is moving out of the current warning and into your area shortly. So perhaps a downstream warning coming in for this gap here there. Fort Wayne is clear. This line is now moving into Ohio, the risk with it. So the Ossian, Bluffton areas are all clear. And we'll see if Van Wert, excuse me, will pull the Van Wert and produce something intense. You guys are just tuning in, the inside joke here on staff, Van Wert seems to always get the good storms. Tornadoes, intense winds, funnel clouds, always happens in Van Wert. So we'll see if it happens again tonight. Back down here to the tornado warning, the intense pocket of straight line winds continues. I don't see, whoops, wrong one. I don't see much in the way of rotation or a debris ball there. It should primarily be just a straight line wind risk. So it's over Marion currently, about to impact Manila, Blue Ridge, and eventually Richland, Milroy, and Rushville. Back up to that Muncie area. We did talk about the Muncie couplet a few times. Let's check that out one more time. This is going to be between, this is going to be closer to Indianapolis radar. Let's check out the SRV on this. It is very weak in nature. And I don't see anything on the debris tracker as well. So that looks to be good for now, heading into Winchester shortly, but I don't see it being an imminent threat for a tornado, but at very least a intense straight line wind damage moving in. Let's go ahead and check back in chat here. I don't see anybody watching from the Angola area. There was some rotation near Muncie, a little bit broad in nature, but the good news is that no longer concerns me immediately for that. I think the biggest and strongest storms in the state are going to be down here in the Shelbyville, Marion, and Linville areas. Also up here in the Angola region, I do believe the other strongest storm is going to be up in the Angola region. So those are where I think the worst is currently happening. I do want to keep a close eye up here because the parameter spaces in northeast Indiana are better for tornadoes. So I'm watching our debris tracker very closely here. This is also heading toward my house. I don't like that. We're probably about 10 minutes away from clearing the entirety of northern Indiana from severe weather tonight, which is good news. Checking behind the scenes. A lot of people communicating, making sure people are okay. As mentioned before, we have a lot of people that we know. People we know in the Wells County area, Fort Wayne area, so we might make sure they're okay. They are, which is good news. Corey let me know he's got some damage in front of him. Copy, got you up. So looks like we have at very least some tree damage there. Corey is also a emergency related services, so he is trained at a lot. So he is out cleaning damage up there in the Albany area, Albany, Indiana area. Say that 5 times fast. But we're getting rid of some trees in the roads, looks like, down there in Albany. Current time 11:30 or 11:29 to be exact. New warning coming in, Allen, DeKalb, Steuben. There's going to be that. We just talked about that a few minutes ago. This is going to be for that Butler area, the line that the storms are moving into. I also see a little bit of an indentation there. I don't know if that's one worth monitoring there. A little bit of clutteration. Add that word to the dictionary. Clutteration going on between Auburn and Waterloo. Not too concerning at the current moment, but we'll watch it. Fort Wayne should be out of the worst of it now as well. Let's check back down here in the Greenwood area. This is about to outrun the current tornado warning. I don't see rotation with this. I would not expect them to issue a downstream warning here, tornadic in nature, for Rushville, Milroy areas. But the severe warning continues here this evening. I'm going to continue to watch this Rushville area closely just because a bit of a dog leg. It's very weak rotation here. So I guess I wouldn't be shocked if that increased, if they would continue that. But right now I'm not too concerned short term for that. It is hot in this office here, so I'm going to get a fan going. So bear with me here, guys. Let me know in chat where you guys are watching from. We have about 1,000 you guys watching. We had about 4,000 earlier at the height of the event. Let me know. Diamond says South Whitley. You guys are clear up there. You should go to bed. Fort Wayne says Lacey. Also in the clear there. Newcastle. Garrett. Kathy says Union City. Huntsville. Hagerstown. Paulding. Portland. Indy. Newcastle. I'm going to do something a little bit unconventional here. I'm going to ask you guys a question, a personal question. How can we improve these streams for you guys as a viewer? Do you have any recommendations for us that we could implement that make it easier for you guys? Let us know. I'm going to read some of those here in a few minutes. While you guys type those up, if you have anything at all you want to say, I'll go to south to north again. In fact, I want to highlight this area of increasing rotation near Arlington and Rushville areas. We'll watch that closely. It's not tight, but it does warrant attention here for another potential tornado warning for the Rushville area. Further north, we go up to Winchester. I don't see any debris balls anywhere along this line. I'll go ahead and check my radar up here in northern Indiana. It's down here. I suspect saw. Actually, that might be something. That's clear airish. We'll have to watch the Salina, Ohio area. I guess it's out of the state, not our concern, but that might be something across the border there in Ohio. Up here in the Fort Wayne area, this is about to be out of the state as well. We're going to check our CC on this. It's clear. Check up here. Also clear. We're clear on that. Just some gusty winds up there as well. We're about to be done with the stream, guys. We're about probably a half hour away. I'm shooting for midnight to end the stream here. I think we'll probably just hard cut it at midnight just because I do think this risk is downtrending. Samantha says, you guys are way more personable than BAM. Hey, I mean, it's all, nothing against BAM, but it's really what you guys prefer. BAM does a good job. There's a lot of news stations in here, a lot of pages that do a good job here in the state. You guys find who you guys like to watch. As long as you get information, that's all that matters. I do appreciate the compliment, though, Samantha. Really do. So Shelly says something that I'm going to address here. Watch and answer comments more. I'd like to do this when things are calming down. When things are in the middle of like a tornado on the ground or intense winds, we typically don't look at chat because we're laser focused on reports coming in, the radar, our chasers. We're focused on other stuff. So the odds, what I tell people is while we're live like this, if we're not talking about your specific area within about 5 or 10 minutes of watching, the odds that you're in immediate danger is pretty low. We like to really key on a few things there, and actually looks like they're picking up on that as well. Salina, Ohio, across the border, just got warned for a potential tornado there, and there was a speck of CC we just talked about, so they went ahead and warned that in Ohio. So anybody, friends or family in the Salina, Ohio area has a tornado warning on it now. This is for Spencerville, Mendon, and Rockford areas. Back down to the south here, we're going to finish up that thought. When we're quieting down, though, I like to be more personable and answer you guys' chats. Madeline asks, is there a way for us to keep the whole radar up while you guys share the zooms of each area? We could design it that way, but I also feel like that could be confusing for some people as well. We could test it out, though. But 2 radars at once may get confusing for some people to follow. Beth says, you guys do great. Somehow need to get more word out on what you guys do. Yeah, so honestly, we run 2 states, Michigan, Indiana. Our Michigan page has a combined following close to 1 million followers, and they average 50,000 viewers simultaneously. So Indiana, we're not as big up down here than we are up in Michigan, but we're trying to grow. We're trying to get the word out. So if you guys want to spread the word, every like, every share helps. Word of mouth is huge. Appreciate that. Let's take a break from the chat here. Take a look at the radar once again. Could you repeat that, Corey? I apologize. Okay, this is a little bit more concerning. I don't think it lines up though, but the CC is, debris tracker is, it's not in the reflectivity maximum, so I don't think that is a tornado. but we're going to watch that carefully. I would not be shocked if they pulled the trigger on another warning there based off the latest data here. The rotation on this is weak to moderate. I wouldn't say it's strong, but we've seen a lot of couplets out there today with weaker signatures, so be mindful of that. We're about to clear northeast Indiana here. This line is about to move out of the state entirely in northeast Indiana. So just a few more minutes, we'll be able to clear you guys in the northeast part. Immediate threat here just north of Butler, Butler proper, Concord, and then Hicksville, Ohio, Edgerton, Eden, and northwest areas, Montpelier, Bryan, Farmer, and Sherwood, Ohio, downstream of that. So I think the focus really is going to be on these last two counties, or last four counties, should I say, from Richmond down to Greensburg, as this line progresses to the southeast. So nothing immediate here concerning, except what I'm watching here in Rushville. We're going to zoom in on this. I'll dual screen it so we can watch it together. There we go. Back to chat. Diamond says, I like you guys because I have storm anxiety. We are more than happy to help you with that. Great coverage. Others hit and miss. Appreciate that. Really do appreciate you guys' compliments. Report here in chat of something on the ground in Shelbyville. I do not see it on radar. So if there is something, it's not showing up on my end. I don't see rotation. The signature on radar doesn't really show up either. So I would have to say that's probably either just a false report or I just can't see it. But I wouldn't say the radar supportive of it at all. Brittany says the stream has warned us of tornadoes before sirens went off about 4 minutes. Trust you guys every time. Appreciate that. We are usually quick to catch something. We miss some stuff sometimes, but if there is a debris ball, we're usually on it. So that helps us give the advantage. Is Martinsville clear? I'm going to do a quick who's clear, who's not clear, because a lot of the state is currently clear. Let's go ahead and pop out the good old draw tool. So here is your current line as it moves across the state. If you are back here, you guys have a smiley face. Go to bed. What are you doing up? There's no reason for you guys to be up. Okay? Down here in Richmond, Connorsville area, down toward Harrison and Greensburg, I think you guys are the only concern for immediate severe weather here in the state. If you're watching down from Seymour, Columbus, Bloomington, I'll talk about you guys in just a second. Let's pop this off the screen. You guys down, gosh darn it. New software here, guys. There we go. I gotta take it off the screen now, don't I? I'm getting used to all these tools here. There we go. We're good. So out ahead of this line, there's a very thin green strip here. That's called an outflow boundary. That means these storms are weakening. Outflow winds push out from the storm. It could be gusty here soon in Hope, Columbus, down toward Guthrie. But overall, these storms behind that gust front are weakening. They should not be severe. Same thing applies over here. We're watching this complex by Terre Haute. I don't see this becoming a severe just because it's going to be outflow dominant as well. But I do have a concern for some flooding as these storms are kind of moving over the exact same areas. So potential flooding here, probably just south of I-70 or along I-70 from Terre Haute to Indianapolis here, next 2 to 3 hours. But overall severe threat down in Bloomington, down in South Indiana, I think it's a pretty low risk today. Once this line gets close to the Ohio border in Richmond area, we're probably going to wrap this stream up. Rushville, just south of Rushville, appears to have some pretty strong winds. Milroy, Richland, Andersonville areas, heading toward Laurel and Brookville areas eventually. Richmond probably get some wind here. I don't know if I'm looking at this and thinking it's severe. I don't see anything really that catches my eye. So gusty winds for sure, but I don't see anything that stands out to me to watch. So this line I think is weakening. We're probably good to pop out very soon. Back to chat, guys. Brittany, that's a good idea. I'm not sure how we could do that because staff-wise, I don't have a dedicated staff member to do that. But we could definitely try to implement something that's automated where it says areas we're tracking or areas we're watching closely. That could be a good idea. I might try to get that implemented. That's a good idea. Talking to staff behind the scenes here. What does a box around Bloomington mean? Good question. So it's a gray, not really gray, it's a tan box. The tan box is what we call a special weather statement. Think of it as a step below severe warning. So severe criteria, 58 mile per hour winds or greater, 1 inch hail or larger, or a tornado. A special weather statement is anything that's below that. So we're talking winds between 30 miles per hour up to 55, hail up to nickel size, or potential land spouts. They'll sometimes get statements issued for those. So think of like they're not warnings or severe storms, but they're also pretty strong in nature, potentially. I would say there in Indianapolis, Martinsville area, you guys are okay from severe weather. Rain and storms will continue, but I think the severe threat for you guys is quite low tonight. We have been asked repeatedly if we are going to expand into Ohio, and the short-term answer is no. Long-term, maybe. In the meantime, there is a page you can follow. It's called Ohio News and Weather. They do a pretty good job over there. But in the future, we may look to expand, but currently, no. All right, let's recap really quickly, guys. So let's take the North Indiana radar. These storms, if you're not in this area by Butler up to the Metz, if you're not in that area, if you live north of I-70, you are pretty much good to go to bed. So that includes Fort Wayne, Kokomo, Lafayette, Rensselaer, Gary, South Bend, Warsaw, any place in North Indiana, you guys are good to go to bed. Thanks for watching. Sleep good. Get out of here. Further south, though, the only concern I have short-term for severe weather is going to be the Richmond area. But even this area, I'm seeing a distinct weakening trend. The only area I'm concerned about right now is Rushville. This is going to be heading toward Andersonville, Clarksburg, Peppertown, Metamore, and Laurel areas. Outside of this, I don't see much anything else to be concerned about. Obviously, storms continue into Richmond, Liberty, and Brookville areas, and all obviously down further south as well. I'm going to watch Terre Haute carefully. Potential isolated severe storm out of these areas down here, but we're really downtrending here, guys. I'm actually considering wrapping this up here fairly soon. Shannon says, can't wait for the app. Yes, we have a weather app coming later this month. Be a basic app. You can report weather to us. You get alerts. You can watch our live stream within the app. We can also send you alerts in the event of something significant happening. So we have a lot of new stuff coming your way. So stay tuned for that. App launch will be probably later this month, probably the last week or so of June, if all goes to plan. It is currently in the final stages of development and about to be in the beta testing phase. So Zane says hearing chasers out and about would be great. So we do have audio in our chasers. We typically leave it in our ears though, not broadcast it, because there's a lot of intense emotions that happen behind the scenes. So also while we're talking to you, I don't want their feeds to interrupt what we're talking. If we're talking about something big, concerning, and we have chasers talking over us, that's not good either. So typically we keep our chasers muted, but we do have them in our ears. We got earpieces in. I don't know if you guys see that or not, but we have earpieces that we wear that we can hear our chasers in at all times. I'm giving the official all clear for the Angola area, as the strongest area of those storms has moved into Ohio. So I can officially clear you guys in Steuben County and the county below it. It's drawn a blank. The county directly below Steuben in the Auburn area. Those two counties are officially clear. So all of North Indiana is completely clear. You guys are fine to go to bed. Yeah, this is becoming alpha dominant on this side as well. So we are probably going to look to wrap the stream up here very soon. Again, pocket of some perhaps stronger winds moving into Andersonville, Clarksburg, and Richland areas. But I don't think it's really worth staying live for at the current time. And that's the only area I see that really warrants concern. So we're going to go back into a bit of a relaxed mode here. Kick the good old feet up and kick the chair back. While you guys are here, I appreciate you guys tuning in and watching. If you're leaving, feel free to hit the like button on your way out. If you guys want to support our operations for free, a like goes a long way on our posts. On Facebook, a share as well. I just went under a warning now where I live here, so it may be a good time for me to hop out myself and take shelter, because I have a nice nasty squall line moving toward me, and I live in this county right here. So that is probably gonna be my cue to hop out of here shortly. Back to chat though. Flood advisory being issued there for Lake and Porter counties. No power in Selma. I am not surprised by that at all. Cool. So if you are behind this line, you're all clear. I see a lot of questions for Fort Wayne, Bluffton, Muncie areas. You guys are all clear. If you're behind this line, all of North Indiana, currently clear. New warning coming in for Franklin and Union counties. Baseline 60 mile per hour winds is your hazard there. Wait for it to pop on your screen here. Do you guys want to see video? I think a lot of you guys may have missed the first 10 minutes of our stream here. There's your new warning coming in, so it's just an extension of what's ahead there. It's just baseline. They dropped the possible tag on it for a tornado, so that's good news. Do you guys want me to pull up what we first started the stream off of with? We had Cody in here in Illinois with a tornado. Do you guys want to see that footage, or do you guys want to continue coverage and talking here in chat? Brooke says, I'm in Laurel. Hi, Brooke from Laurel. Appreciate you tuning in. You should be inside, away from windows. You have a potential area of a damaging wind pushing your direction. Also, make sure you are synced up with us if you are watching. Current time is 11:52. If you're not synced up with us at that time, refresh the stream, come back in, make sure your time is within about 30 seconds of the real time. I have a lot of split decisions here. Leave radar, let's see it. Leave radar, let's see it. I will bring it in for 10 seconds, guys, to make everybody happy. I won't leave it up long, but I will bring it in. This is what we started to stream off with earlier today in Dwight, Illinois. This was our feed here earlier this evening, courtesy of our chaser, Storm Hunter Cody Fields. That was what we walked into and how we started today off. And as soon as we saw that, that was like, we knew we were in for a big day. And it turned out to be a big day in the northwestern part of the state there. So that is all I'll share with you guys for now. I don't want to bring it up too long. It is not live, obviously. It was 4 hours ago. But that was courtesy of our Storm Hunter Cody. And also why ground truth is important with severe weather. Laurel is about 5 minutes from impact for you, Brooke, if I recall your name correctly. Connorsville, Everton, Liberty, Abington, Brookville, Pepperton. Hey, Brookville, Laurel, Hamburg, Oldenburg, and Cedar Grove. The only concern I have is basically in Andersonville right now, heading in toward Laurel. Wind getting nasty in Columbus. Define nasty. Is that 30 mile per hour winds? Is it 60? It looks to be the outflow boundary here is the culprit of that. This is the line out ahead of the storms. The wind comes before the rain down here in the southern part of the state. So keep that in mind. Jess says, the wind in Winchester blew my front door open. Abby asks, is Terre Haute good to go to bed? I think you are. I'd be mindful. Storms continue over here in Terre Haute. I think flooding is the main concern with anything over here. The storm that's currently warned is across the state line there, and it's not being warned into Indiana. Let's check the Evansville radar here. Yeah, it just doesn't really impress me. Outflow winds will probably be a little bit strong in nature, but probably short-lived as well. My fan just died. Man, it's hot in this room. Muncie's good to go to bed. Yeah, go for it. Again, if you're not really out ahead of this line in Brookville to Richmond, you guys are good to go to bed at this point. Be mindful, gusty storms will likely continue for South Indiana. Anywhere in North Indiana, you're good to go to bed. I don't know why you're still watching. Go to bed. I don't say that to be mean. I'm trying to say that with sarcasm in my voice to say, hey, lighten the mood. You guys are good. No worries. Go to bed. I have a replacement fan. I am just checking a few things behind the scenes here. So I apologize for being quiet, but the good news is the threat today is winding down here. I still think we're at a point where we're probably okay ending the stream. But for the sake of our viewers in the Laurel area, we'll stay on until it's through. At least Laurel. Wind is picking up in Laurel, thundering. If you are north of this line, again, I see a lot of questions being asked about locations. I've already said this 15 times. If you are in North Indiana, you are good to go to bed. If you live up here, go to bed. Janelle with a super chat on YouTube says $5 for Caleb Generator Fund, $5 for Ryan's Severe Weather Event Recovery Vacation Day Fund. Chaotic night. You guys kept your cool and kept people safe. Appreciate you, Janelle, a lot. Thank you for your support with the donation on YouTube. Brooke has lost power in Laurel. Not surprised by that at all. That wind is likely packing a punch, and it is now impacting Laurel right now. The radar itself, estimating winds, pop the spectre tool on there. Brooke, Laurel on radar has winds probably a few thousand feet in the atmosphere at 70 miles per hour. So likely some pretty strong winds there. I don't see debris, so I don't think it's tornadic in nature. But definitely interesting feature here in that Laurel area. That's the only thing I'm tracking the entire state right now. Other areas have some gustier winds, but other than that, this is the only area of concern. When I say gusty, I don't mean severe winds. I'm talking winds of less than 50 miles per hour. This line is approaching my house too. So at some point, I need to hop off and take shelter myself. I probably have 10 more minutes for that. So we'll probably stay live at least 10 more minutes. If I take shelter, the stream is over, guys, just so you know. So I want to try and wait this out as long as possible. I do not want to hop off. I'm waiting for this line to try to move into Ohio. Once this area by Connorsville and Laurel moves into Ohio, I feel a whole lot better. But we're probably still 10 to 15 minutes away from that. Brookville, Metamora, Peppertown, Cedar Grove are the towns out ahead of this. And as our viewer here in Laurel has suggested, intense winds have taken out power. likely head in your direction as well. So if you are in Metamora to Brookville to Cedar Grove, you have likely some strong winds head in your direction next 10 to 15 minutes. Getting windy in Columbus? Yes, that is correct. The outflow boundary of this storm is passed through Columbus and is now turning into rain. But this, you can see this green line extending from Greensburg down to Columbus and Bloomington. That's your outflow winds ahead of that rain. That's where the gusty winds will be. Behind it, just some rain and lightning and thunder there. So the winds come before the rain. And the outflow boundary here means storms are weakening, which is also why my concern level is dropping very quickly. Tanya, I do see your chats in Facebook. I just got done telling people who's clear and who's not clear. There's 750 guys watching. We had close to 4,000 earlier. With chats going like this, I can't see everything. It's not purposely being ignored. I just can't get to all the chats at once. There is no need to be passive aggressive in the chat, please. This is live, Robert. Current time is 12:04 a.m. June 12th. We're down to Friday. This is live. No, I'm not an AI bot. I am real. I'm a human. I am Ryan. I am from Michigan. Here live on Indiana Weather Network. Are there any areas of concern to the west of Bloomington? Not really right now for severe weather, no. My highest concern is for flash flooding. Thank you for tuning in, Max. Appreciate you. What is the shape to the left of green? I've seen that comment twice now. If we're talking about this little circular thing, that is a confirmed report of damage earlier tonight. Is that what you mean? Also, officially, we have an outflow boundary now off the cell, so this is officially weakening. Richmond right now is in the worst of it, and you'll be clear here in about 10 minutes. The only area in Indiana I'm currently concerned about out of the entire state right now is Brookville and Liberty areas here on the Ohio border. This is the only area I'm currently concerned about, and I think the severe threat is over for the night minus this area. I don't want to discount one or two more severe storms, South Indiana, but I think our threat is pretty much done tonight. While I can't give the official all clear for South Indiana, I think I can give the official your threat is low, so go to bed. But be mindful of any warnings that do get issued. Make sure you have ways to receive those warnings just in case. Angola sirens going off. I have no idea why, unless it's a volunteer fire department, perhaps blowing their siren. But Angola's clear. Angola's been clear. Storms are well out ahead of this, and they are approaching me now. So I am probably going to wrap the stream up here very soon. And by very soon, I mean like two minutes. So as a quick recap here, guys, North Indiana, really North I-70, Indianapolis or North, you guys are all clear, go to bed. South Indiana, out ahead of this line, I'll animate this for you guys. This line is weakening. However, it likely will still contain gusty winds, not severe winds, but gusty winds, as well as intense lightning and some heavy rain. I think the severe threat is wrapping up tonight, though. I do not expect a more substantial risk to develop this evening. The heaviest storm right now on radar is now weakening. There's an outflow boundary pushing out from this area now. These storms, I don't want to put it this way, but these storms are toast. They're going to weaken. It's going to be a rainy and stormy night, but it's not going to be a severe night. So with that being said, I'm going to wrap out of here. I got to take shelter as well. One more time, as gusty winds continue, if you're in Brookville, Bath, and Cedar Grove, you guys are impacted about 5 minutes or so. And then this line's in Ohio, and the threat, I think, is pretty much done for the night. All right? So I'm going to give the unofficial all clear across the state, minus this area down here in Liberty, Brookville area. Otherwise, North Indiana, you guys are completely fine. No severe expected. I can't rule out 1 or 2 severe storms in South Indiana throughout the night tonight, but I don't expect it to happen. Okay? Thanks for watching, guys. I'm going to hop out of here and take shelter. Again, thanks for watching. Statement, good news there. Not a warning, but a statement coming in ahead of this line, likely for gusty winds. We'll cover this really quick before we hop out of here. So for those wondering where I'm at, I am not in Indiana currently. I'm up in the Michigan side of things in this considerable warning here in the Adrian area. So this is bearing down on me, and those winds are probably pushing, yeah, those winds are pushing 70 miles per hour. So I got to take shelter from up here. So with that being said, I do think I'm waiting for that new statement to pop in before we hop out of here. But I think this risk is, again, pretty much done for the night. It's a game of hurry up and wait with these statements. It should pop in here anytime. There it is. For sales, Harrison area, this is going to be winds. Great news, guys. This is fantastic news. All right. Statements are not severe warnings, or a step below. They can go up to 55 mile per hour in the wind. They decided to go 40 mile per hour in the wind. They're saying these storms are so far below severe limits, it's not even close to severe. Gusty winds, 40 mile per hour winds are possible. That is not close to severe. So that's really good news and lines up with what I'm telling you guys past 20 minutes or so. All right. That's my cue to get off of here, guys. So with that said, I'm going to hop out of here. I will catch you all later. Thanks for watching. We'll catch you all next time in the event of more severe weather coming soon, potentially Saturday. We'll have updates on that coming soon. Thanks for watching. I'm out of here.